Thank you all very much. It's good to be back in the chambers and see everybody after a little break. We will now move on to public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on items that are not on tonight's agenda. You are welcome to make a comment. Everyone is entitled to 3 minutes. If anyone is interested in making public comment, you are welcome to come up to the podium. Please state your name, and I will let you know there is a timer to my left, your right. Is there anyone that has public comment on an item not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And with that, we will move on to our presentations. Our first presentation this evening is for National Fentanyl Prevention Awareness Day. And I would like to invite Shannon Decker with the Speedy Foundation and Chiefs Advisory Committee member, and Devin Bradley of Nevada County Public Health Department to stand with me at the podium. All right, I will read the proclamation and then present it to you. Thank you both for being here. Whereas the town of Truckee does affirm and acknowledge the harm and hardship caused by drug overdose, and whereas we recognize the purpose of National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day was established in remembrance of those lost to illicit fentanyl poisoning and to acknowledge the devastation this drug has brought to hundreds of thousands of affected family members and friends. And whereas the fentanyl epidemic in the United States is a serious public safety threat, with illicit fentanyl poisoning rates currently reaching the highest level in history, and fentanyl poisoning now the #1 cause of death of Americans ages 18 to 45. And whereas fentanyl is highly addictive synthetic opioid that is 100 times more potent than morphine. According to the United States Drug Enforcement Administration, illicit fentanyl is being manufactured with other illicit drugs to increase potency, sold as powders, and mixed with other illicit drugs, and is increasingly pressed into counterfeit pills made to look like legitimate pharmaceutical drugs. And whereas fentanyl-contaminated drugs are killing people in the United States every day, drug toxicity deaths are up over 30% nationally, with illicit fentanyl being the primary reason for the increase. It is becoming more common for individuals to use a pill or other drugs without knowing it contains fentanyl. And whereas we resolve to play our part in reducing the toll of overdose in our community, which claimed the lives of more than 28 residents in Nevada County last year, with countless more affected forever. And whereas community organizations, the Speedy Foundation, No Overdose Nevada County Behavioral and Public Health, Gateway Mountain Center, Tahoe Forest Hospital, and others work to provide overdose prevention, education, harm reduction materials such as Narcan and fentanyl testing strips, and substance use treatment to members of the Truckee community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that August 21st, 2023 is National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day in Truckee. Thank you. Thank you both.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
And if you want to say a few words?
I want to take a minute to just thank the town council, and Chief Renfro for putting this together, and just for the awareness that's really starting to come through. We've had a lot of success with trainings in different organizations and some really incredible collaborative partnerships. And so if anyone is interested in learning more about this or taking a training live or online, you can visit nooverdosenv.com.
Great. Thanks for taking the time to do this. Not too much to say, but that website is great, nooverdosenevadacounty.com. If the town or the police department is interested in signing on as a campaign sponsor, you may. We encourage you to as well. A lot of local agencies have as well. So lots of support around this, a lot of it touching home. You know, every time I bring this up with people, what are you doing? It really hits home for a lot of people. You know, a lot of tragedy and hardship. So there's a lot we can do and a lot that's being done. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Shannon and Devin, for all you're doing and the organizations you're part of as well. All right, with that, we will move on to our next presentation, and this is a pro-housing presentation, and I believe Danielle will present it for us.
Great, thank you. I somehow fixed the screens to have the symbol come back too. It's a magic touch tonight. So this is just a presentation. This is a topic that we thought the council might be interested in. Maybe you've heard of other jurisdictions like Placer County participating in this pro-housing designation program. And although it's not part of our current work program, this is something that we could look at some point in the future if we have interest in doing that. And I think as part of just our overall housing information sharing, it's good to do that. We're planning on doing that a little more frequently to just kind of keep the council and community informed about what's happening with housing. We just got a whole series of summaries of laws that are still being considered for more housing updates. So I think it's just important for us to keep having that conversation about what's out there and what's available. So a little bit of the background about this pro-housing designation. It came out of the 2019-2020 Budget Act for the state and really was driven by an interest in the state to encourage jurisdictions to exceed housing law requirements. So whether that's your regional housing needs allocation or the density bonus law, they're just really trying to encourage jurisdictions to come out and provide additional housing. Obviously, that's in the context of their state housing goals, and even though there's been a lot of legislation passed, they're looking for as many tools as possible, just like all jurisdictions are doing. It was really based on this series of 5 principles. So making sure that it's from the lens of increasing capacity for housing, making sure that that housing that comes online is varied, so it's not driven towards single-family homes. It's really trying to encourage more higher density housing, looking at ways to streamline the review process that's happening within jurisdictions to get the housing online faster, making sure that everything that happens within this program is really driving those state housing goals, and also kind of an additional target for communities where kind of equitable housing is a significant issue. I think every community has that as an issue, but realistically, there's some larger cities and other jurisdictions where unhoused have significant challenges, and trying to find available sites for housing is even more challenging. So it's really looking at that kind of equity lens as well. And then trying to match up sort of state housing programs and policies with their goals to see more housing come online. And as part of that, trying to encourage local jurisdictions to create their own streamlined policies and programs to make it really much easier for housing to be constructed. And then all in the context of the various statutes and different legislation that's been adopted. So you can kind of see, again, this is just a pattern with the state and trying to pull all resources and create a variety of options for different jurisdictions to use. Within that, there's these threshold requirements that they have, which I would say this is a little bit of the stick side of the pro-housing designation, that you have to have a compliant housing element, and there are several jurisdictions within the state that do not have a compliant housing element or are trying to self-certify their housing elements, which is being debated right now whether or not that constitutes a completed and certified housing element by each CD. But this is another way for the state to say, if you want to be eligible for this program, you have to have a compliant housing element. There's also a requirement that you are submitting your annual progress reports for your housing. So they need that data to kind of understand and track the success of the programs that they're creating. It's not difficult to do. It's just that if you're not already compliant with your housing element, you're probably not also submitting your annual progress reports. So you have to do both of those things for sure in order to be able to be within this pro-housing designation. You also have to have all of your rezones completed that you've identified. You have to be compliant with all housing law. And again, HCD is the watchdog for this. And so this is for the life of jurisdiction being identified as a pro-housing designation. So it's not just for the application process. It's at any point in time that if you fall out of compliance, they can take away the pro-housing designation. So it's, like I said, a little bit of the stick side of it, but I think that's just so they can ensure that when you apply for this, you understand fully what you're getting into. So it's based on some scoring requirements to do the application process. You have to get a minimum of 30 points. It's not a competitive process. You pretty much fill out an application. You have to go through and satisfy all these different categories with the number of points that are required. And then HCD will look at it. It takes them about 60 days. If they have changes, they'll allow you to change the application. for as many times as you need to be able to qualify if that's something that your jurisdiction wants to do. And the the categories that they look at are sort of in the middle of the screen here. For favorable zoning and land use, they want to see an accelerated production timeframe for all of the housing that you're doing. And so that comes back to your policies and then your procedures that you have within your jurisdiction. Reducing construction costs and development costs and providing financial subsidies. And then this other kind of bubble on the right about enhanced scoring is just some other options that they have for additional points. But again, you only have to get 30 and then within each category. So the next few slides I have are really just digging deeper into that so you can kind of see the level of information that they're looking for. So like, for example, the first bubble on the top, you would get 3 points if you have rezone sufficient sites to accommodate 15% or more of your regional housing needs by total or income category, which for many jurisdictions is difficult to do because they're not already meeting their regional housing needs. So it's a fairly high bar, but it is, if those are the points you're looking for, that's an option that you have. If you've changed your regulations to exclusively allow missing middle housing, which they've got a definition for that, but I kind of equate it to, for example, if you are now permitting a triplex in what was previously a single family zone, that's sort of in that housing type that meets the missing middle. There's some other income requirements with that, but they're really trying, again, to go after these principles that they have about diversifying the housing types that are available and then also increasing the numbers overall. Other things that you can get points for going into your zoning ordinance and making changes for your parking requirements. That was a big one with a lot of jurisdictions having done that. For accelerated production timeframes, the points come down to really the streamlining of your process, which we should already be streamlining our housing development projects as it is, but this really kind of takes a lot of the discretion out. So changing your regulations so that they're really become much more ministerial process than having any sort of discretion at all. So that could mean not requiring use permits where you previously did, potentially not looking at your historic resources the same way that you might have before. So there are some things that you would have to change for us and other cities to kind of qualify if you want some of these points to be able to kind of address the accelerated production timeframes. But other things are specific to ADUs, affordable housing, things like that. And then for construction and development cost reduction, so fee waivers or reduction of fees, looking at innovative housing types, and I would put this also in the category of if we had like prototypes that we had like stock plans, things like that we would allow, kits, things like that are much faster, where we've already reviewed like a master plan for it and they're coming in kind of along the lines of like a tract house where we can create efficiency by mass production. That's an option. Reducing transportation related infrastructure costs, and then like I said, kind of the bottom is the pre-approved plans. There is a pretty big emphasis on missing middle, but also affordable housing is another component of it too. And then providing financial subsidies. And because the state's doing one size fits all, I mean, this is for everything from a smaller jurisdiction like us all the way through, city of Los Angeles, San Francisco. So there's a wide range, and different jurisdictions are trying to figure out how that fits in with them. But we don't have, a housing trust fund, and we don't have the same financing options that other cities have. Loans, grants, land donation, those are things that could be feasible for Truckee. And then obviously we have a public infrastructure financing option. So why would a city pursue doing a pro-housing designation? So I kind of went through all the application process. Well, the other carrot and stick kind of option the state has here is if you want to apply for some of the grant funding that they have, you get points for being a pro-housing designation. So essentially you can check off and say, yes, we're a pro-housing designation. And that means that you would be able to get more points than other cities potentially for these different types of grant funding that are available, whether it's affordable housing, transformative climate communities, infill infrastructure grant programs. They're hoping to broaden it out in the future, but it's really still in its infancy. So although they've been taking applications in, they haven't gotten a lot of sort of partner funding grantors to kind of participate. And so I think that's something that they're looking to see how it works and then trying to get other people to sign on and say, like, look, this is good for everyone, because then we'll all have additional housing constructed, and then we can kind of use this as a way to create an incentive for cities. What I did is kind of look through some different applications that I could find online for other jurisdictions to see what they had done. I also dug into a little bit of just the legislation itself. And so there are some things, like I had mentioned in some of the previous slides, that are easier for us to do, like objective design standards. We're already working on that because that takes the discretion out of our review process. We don't currently permit park model homes as the equivalent of a single family dwelling. That's something that we could look at. We have already gone through some upzoning that we had looked at with our general plan. So, we could potentially get points for work that we just did or work that we plan to do, depending on the timing of that. But some jurisdictions have exceeded density bonus allowances by 10%. Or gone above the arena numbers by 150%, you get additional points. So there's this whole kind of point system in there, depending on what you're willing to change, what sort of pro-housing policies and actions you create in all of your regulations that you have now. So there's options within it, but we haven't gone to sort of that level of filling out the checklist yet to figure out if that's something that would require a substantial amount of additional change on our part, which is, I think, something we'd have to dig into if council at some point in time decided that we should pursue this. I think the financial side of it, too, is a little bit more of a challenge, depending on what exactly we think we could put money towards that we're not already dedicating our housing funds towards. So just some options. This is the final slide I have. So these are the 22 cities, and so we have County of Placer also in here, and County of Yuba. So they're the two that have already been issued the pro-housing designation. And we don't really know what the benefit is totally yet because they're just starting to do some of their grant applications and being able to check the box. And with the way granting goes sometimes, with us being a smaller rural jurisdiction, those points may or may not help us. So that's something that we kind of are watching with some of these other jurisdictions to figure out what is the benefit of it versus sort of this watchful eye in some ways of having to always be compliant with every single housing law and HCD's requirements and everything else. So we wanted to present it to you so that you're just aware that this is something that's out there. And as we are currently applying for different grants, that is a box that we cannot currently check on grant applications. But again, because it's just sort of new, we don't even know yet at this point if that's really something that's a negative impact or if it's neutral at this point. So we're just trying to track it, and when we have more information, we can come back to council. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Danielle. So as a reminder to everyone in here, excuse me, we go through all of our presentations and then we'll come back for council questions and comments and then open it back up for public comment. So just a reminder, fellow council members, if you have questions, write them down so you don't forget them. And public, if you have comments, we'll be happy to listen to them after we get through our presentations. So with that, our next presentation is the Mobility All-Stars update, and I am happy to lead that one. For anyone that was here at our last town council meeting, hold on. Okay, there we go. We kicked off our Mobility All-Star program, and this is really an opportunity to highlight the different types of people and journeys that are taken on TART Connect throughout our town. So we've had 3 official nominations so far for a Mobility All-Star, and anyone and everyone is welcome to nominate someone. And again, this is somebody who utilizes TART Connect, our microtransit program that now runs throughout the day, throughout the entire town. And it's really been fun to see the stories that we've gotten in so far, and I think it shows what we've all talked about up here on the dais of the different type of journeys again and reasons people utilize this. So we've had 2 videos that have been released so far, featuring our first 2 All-Stars that have been nominated, Carla Embertson and Aaron Harris. So I did want to highlight the 2 of them. And if you've watched the videos, which you'll be able to, we won't show all of them tonight. We're going to show a new one tonight, but you can go back and again, it really speaks to the story. Carla highlighted how she started taking it, and it saved her a lot of money. And she's able to get to and from her house in Glenshire to her job in downtown Truckee and not have to worry about parking. And then Aaron Harris highlighted how he had knee surgery and he wasn't able to drive, and it saved his wife a lot of trips having to take him to physical therapy and getting to his job without having to bother friends. So again, really exciting to see the different people taking, again, Tart Connect for various different reasons. And so we are excited to play our third nomination today, which again is a different story. And we'll go to Jen to see if we are ready.
We are ready. Here we go. Maybe.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Kenny, Director of Sustainable Tourism for Visit Truckee Tahoe, and I'd like to nominate Lilia as a Tart Connect Mobility All-Star. Lilia is a Truckee visitor who uses Amtrak to get to Truckee and then takes Tart Connect to get to her hotel and to get around to shopping, dining, and trails once she's here.
Hi, my name is Lilia. My friends and I love to visit Truckee in the wintertime, but we don't like to drive in the snow, so we always come to Truckee by train. We use Tart Connect to get from the train station to our hotel, to North Star, to Donner Lake, and many other places. Tart Connect is very easy to use and it is free. Thank you, Truckee, for offering such a fantastic transportation system.
Thank you, Jen. Also, special thanks. I know David Diamond has been helping out produce some of these videos, so we appreciate his creativity. But this is an opportunity. If you know someone that takes Tart Connect, we invite you to nominate them. You saw that nominate at townoftruckee.com. We are sharing these stories regularly on the Town of Truckee Facebook page and highlighting them in other opportunities as well. So again, just a great way to get the message out and hear from folks in our community how they utilize Tart Connect. So that is all I have on Mobility All-Stars, but just happy to highlight that. Also, I will say Aaron, Carla, Jen, and myself all did an interview on the radio a few weeks ago too, and that was a really fun interview, so you can go back and listen to that. It's about 30 minutes of us all chatting, so you can get a lot of details on what you can use Tart Connect for. All right, with that, we will move on to our next presentation, and that is Jen Calloway with our Town Manager Report.
Great. Good evening and welcome back from a little break. Maybe see if we're a little rusty tonight after 4 weeks off. No 2 council meetings. So because we were on a break, I'm going to ask for a little bit of patience. I have a lot of updates to share with you and the community today. We've been pretty busy this last month. So first, wanted to announce it's our last green waste drop-off event. That's August 12th, 9 to 3 at the rodeo grounds. So last event of the season for free green waste drop-off. If we look at PD on August 16th, we have our A community meeting scheduled to talk about alternative transportation devices on our trails. This follows 2 stakeholder meetings that the police department has facilitated. That'll be from 5 to 6 in council chambers. And then wanted to do a shout out and a thank you to everybody that participated in National Night Out. We had a great turnout. Hot dogs provided by Grocery Outlet, JD Haas and 101.5 came, provided music and ice cream. And it was a great vibe all around, so appreciate that. And then I'm going to switch over quickly to Chief Renfro, and he's going to give a little bit of an update or discuss our flock license plate readers for a minute. We had a recent incident that the flock readers helped get resolution for, and we thought we would share that to help better understand what that technology can do for the community. Chief?
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Good evening, Council. Yeah, so a quick update on our license plate readers. We have been waiting for permits from the state in order to be issued so we can start our program for the 1-year pilot. So right now we currently have 8 cameras that are in town right away. So those were easy to get, obviously, in-house through the permitting process, but we're waiting for the state to issue the permit so we can put it on state infrastructure. We are the first agency in the state to get authorization to put these cameras on state infrastructure like lights, intersections, that type of thing. So right away and infrastructure were two different things. So Flock actually had to go to Sacramento and present to their board there to get authorization to put our cameras up. So we're kind of, paving the path for other agencies in that aspect. But I did want to provide a quick highlight on a situation that we had last week to where an individual, a car filled with 2 occupants, was wanted out of Citrus Heights Police Department for homicide. And the limited information that they had at the time was they were eastbound 80, approximately 20 minutes away from Truckee. So we got that information and we quickly rallied the troops and got on 80 and began to look for this vehicle. We had the vehicle description and the license plate number and partnered with CHP. So we had all of our exits pretty much covered. And we were very confident that we were going to be able to locate the vehicle. It took us about 10 minutes to get set up. So we were there looking for the car. We never saw the car. So we're thinking, okay, maybe this is bad information. Maybe Citrus Heights didn't, possibly they turned around. I don't see how they could get out of the net that we had positioned for them. So it was about 30 minutes went by and we thought that we weren't going to see these individuals until we got a flock hit on our LPR camera system that put them on the backside of Tahoe Donner. So we were able to scramble from our current location over to that location where we didn't see them coming northbound 89 or southbound 89 north. So obviously after checking the Prosser area, we believed that they headed northbound into Sierra County. So we were able to radio into Sierra County and they ultimately were able to intercept the vehicle and stop the suspect vehicle and take the 2 individuals wanted for homicide into custody. So that's just an example of how these cameras work. And, that I think that's a great example of one of the reasons of why we went with this program.
Great, thanks, Chief. And certainly he can answer any questions you may have after this. A couple more, if you bear with me. We have paving and drainage projects starting in Tahoe Donner tomorrow. Our schedule is listed on our social media, so you can check that out with what streets will be impacted. There will be some one-lane or one-way traffic patterns for a short period of time. We also are trying to raise some awareness about our storm drains. So we have a golden stencil contest going on in the community. If you aren't aware, our drains go right into our local water bodies. So if you don't want to swim in it, we don't want you dumping anything down there because that's where it will end up. So look for the golden stencil and send it to communications at Town of Truckee, and you can win great prizes like a free month pass for B-Cycle. So encourage you to look for those. We had a great groundbreaking ceremony yesterday for our new mobility hub. The team did a great job putting that together. A lot of regional support for that effort. We're excited about that project. Senator Alvarado Gil joined us for that. And some breaking news. I think the Senator's office is releasing a press release, but Senator Gil was able to secure $1 million for the town of Truckee in the state budget for Reimagine Bridge Street. So we're really excited about that, and that'll begin next fiscal year. And for anybody who's not familiar with what that project is, that's another one of our mobility transformations, if you will, where we are improving pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicle traffic through that area with traffic signals and an improved crossing at the railroad tracks. And then lastly, tonight is National Sleep Under the Stars Night. So following our council meeting, it's likely going to be dark out, but we want to encourage everybody to not be afraid of the dark. Turn out your lights and go out and check out our night skies here. They're beautiful. And that's all I have tonight.
Thank you so much, Jen and Chief Renfro. All right, with that, I will go to council members' questions or comments. Councilmember Zabriskie?
No questions.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yeah, just a quick one for Danielle, maybe on that pro-housing one. Sorry. I was going to tell you to come back up, but, just so I noticed there was some counties on that list in addition to cities. Is there a superseding sort of hierarchy there? If this county gets it, does that mean that, are the cities also then pro-housing? And is there any efficiency of scale from an application perspective even?
No, they're separate. So Placer County would have their own funding. Nevada County would have, if they choose to apply for it, their own funding. And then we would have our own kind of option, when we're filling out applications. So there's no benefit other than we could look at their application, which I did look at, to see sort of what they had put in there to gain points and things like that. But there's no it's everyone for themselves, pretty much.
Was there anything on Placers that jumped out at you?
I mean, there's things that I think as a community we would have to talk about, like eliminating height standards, eliminating setbacks, eliminating site coverage, and floor area ratio standards. That's some of the things that they did.
Wow.
Increasing density. There are some things that they chose to do as part of their pro-housing policies that I think would be a different conversation for our community.
And would TRPA usurp those in some of those instances, for example, in our neighboring region?
TRPA would usurp, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then just my last question on that is, were you able to communicate with any of your counterparts in any of those jurisdictions? I know you kind of said at the end of your presentation, the jury's out on if it actually does help with any grant applications or anything like that. Was there any firsthand knowledge, or were you just giving us some?
No, that is something that we can do, is reach out to them, individually and kind of see what they're doing. Like, are they still getting grants? Are they getting more grants? Are they getting less grants? But it's pretty new, and a lot of them just got the designation. So I would doubt that a lot of them have even applied for and been awarded grants with that box checked at this point. So it's still pretty new.
And the last question is, this is not currently in our work plan, right? So if this were something that we all wanted to pursue, our process would remain the same. We'll bring it up during our council reports and add it to the bike rack for the time being. Is that what your assumption is also in terms of a process, or were you guys jump starting something else?
No, so I had asked Danielle to do this presentation because you haven't had an opportunity to talk about it or even hear about it, and we're hearing more and more communities going in this direction. So thought do an initial education, what we know as of today, but you're absolutely right, it's not in the work plan. If it's something you want us to work on, we can have that discussion during our quarterly update. You can put it in the bike rack, you can take something out of the work plan, typical process.
Great. Thank you. I like how predictable we are. Thank you.
Councilmember Klofstad?
No, Vice Mayor Polovy covered my questions, so thank you.
Excellent. We will then open it up to public comment. If anyone has any public comment on the presentations we just heard, you are welcome to come on up to the podium. Seeing no public comment, we will close public comment. So thank you very much, staff, for your presentations. We will now move on to consent calendar. So I will read through the 12 different items on the consent calendar. Item 6.1, minutes from the June 27th, 2023 regular meeting. Item 6.2, 2023 Development Code Update, adoption of Ordinance 2023-05, including telecommunication facilities, bike shares, and cleanup amendments. 6.3, authorize the settlement and payment release of damage claim. Item 6.4, adoption of the Town of Truckee's Record Management Program Manual and Records Retention Schedule. Item 6.5, adoption of Ordinance 2023-06, amending the single-use foodware reduction requirements. Item 6.6, Donner Lake Art Transfer Agreement with the Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District. 6.7, California Office of Emergency Services Authorized Agent Resolution. 6.8, claim for damages against the Town of Truckee. 6.9, accept the quarter ended June 30th, 2023 Treasurer's Report. 6.10, Tahoe Forest Hospital District Memorandum of Agreement. 6.11, contract for videography services. And 6.12, West River Streetscape Utility Reimbursement Agreements. Are there any council members who would like to pull an item? No? Staff? Would any member of staff like to pull?
No, Mayor.
And I will offer to the public. Would any member of the public like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will then ask for a motion on the consent calendar.
I move we approve the consent calendar.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, with that, we will move on to our first discussion item of the evening, the high altitude fitness parcel housing concepts. And we're excited to hear from our wonderful intern, David Tierman.
I'm just going to say we're excited to have David sitting right here next to me on this side of the table. So thanks for joining us. And he's been working hard on this project. It's an exciting project for the town and a bit of a different direction for us. So we'll be interested in your feedback.
Oh,
Mike.
okay, here we go. Yes. Can't believe I forgot how to do that. Well, thank you, Jen, and good evening, Mayor Romack, Vice Mayor Pallavi, and council members Klofstadt and Zabriskie. It's truly a pleasure and a privilege to be here in front of you tonight to talk about workforce housing, which is one of your top priorities. And I'm also grateful to the town for the opportunity to fulfill a graduate school internship requirement with this project. The high altitude fitness site really presents the town with a unique opportunity to advance development of workforce housing in ways that could be very innovative, could be very meaningful, and very impactful. Workforce housing at the parcel could be a model for the town for other locations in town. This is a very small site, and this sketch perspective that you see on the screen is a depiction of the kind of housing that we're talking about. It sort of gets back to what Danielle was alluding to, the missing middle housing type. Smaller multifamily housing that is very residential in scale. It's efficient in design and plan, and it fits with the neighborhood surroundings. Just to give you a quick snapshot of what we're going to be doing here with this item, we've got some issues and questions for you to think about as we're going through the presentation. We're going to talk about housing precedents for this type of housing. We're going to examine the site in more detail. We're going to look at the alternative concepts that have been developed that were in your packet. We're going to talk a bit about financial feasibility, kind of in a very rough back of the envelope sort of way, and then take any questions that you might have. Issues and questions to think about. There are 3 site plan alternatives that were presented that we'll be walking through. If any of those stand out to you, if you have any preferences, it'd be good to know about that. If there are other alternatives you'd like to have explored, be good to know that as well. Land value, the town owns the site. The site was deeded to the town as a result of the high altitude fitness project to satisfy their workforce housing requirement. So the land has a lot of value as raw land. It could have even more value as entitled land. So should the town be thinking about ultimately contributing the land to some sort of a public-private partnership with a development team or a builder? Or could the town possibly think about providing a low-interest loan to a developer? Because the land costs, along with construction costs, tend to be the biggest chunks, the biggest cost in developing housing. And then finally, development structure. This could be built as a rental housing project, or it could be for sale, or perhaps there's a hybrid, but that's one of the other questions that we'd like you to think about. Exclusionary ordinances historically have favored single-family homes in our country, especially since the end of World War II with the advent of the automobile. But there are precedents for homes like the ones you see on the screen that are residential in scale and feel and form, yet more compact, more of a clustered housing approach. And this type of housing has been termed missing middle housing. Missing because it's not typically seen, it's not that common. And middle because it kind of fills the gap, the spectrum between single-family homes and larger multifamily apartment buildings. And in more recent times, we often hear the term missing middle to refer to individuals and families who make well above AMI, area median income, yet still can't afford housing. So it's kind of a broad term. These are some additional examples, more examples of the clustered housing type. They include duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, fiveplexes, sixplexes, row houses, courtyard apartments, among other. Switching to the site, the parcel, as you can see, is very close to Truckee's Main Street, Donner Pass Road. It's just behind the high altitude fitness building, just to the east of Northwoods Boulevard, and very, very walkable and bikeable to goods and services on Donner Pass Road. Very close proximity to the larger employers such as the public utility district, the school district, and the hospital district. So it's a really ideal location for housing. In terms of the site, kind of zooming in a bit more, it's 1/3 of an acre. You can see that to the north and south from the aerial shot, it's bounded by other multifamily housing apartments. There's some condominiums and apartments to the southeast, single-family residential over to the east on the right of the screen. You can see Meadow Park there. And then a cluster of trees separates the site from Northwoods Boulevard. The zoning designation for the site was changed as a result of the 2040 general plan that was recently passed. It's now RM24, meaning residential multifamily, 24 units per acre. So if you take that, 1/3 of an acre could accommodate up to 8 units. And then there's also an opportunity, depending on the affordability factor, if a certain percentage of the units are deemed or dedicated as affordable, you can get up to a 50% density bonus, which means you could get up to 12 units, 12 dwelling units on this site. The other restrictions are code factors that you see on the bottom of the screen. These are assumed. The development code will be updated to tie to the new general plan. So right now, these are some assumptions that the height will be 35 feet, the height limit. That allows for a 3.5-story structure. Setbacks are fairly standard. And then coverage, meaning building footprint, drive aisles, walkways can take up to 70% of the site. So that's the working assumption here. Existing conditions, this is a panorama looking at the parcel from Edmonds Drive towards the west. You can see the 2 apartment complexes. Each of them have about 8 dwelling units, and there's a gentle slope towards the south, towards the left-hand side of the image, which is really good in terms of solar orientation. A closer look at the apartments. These date back to the late 1950s. The subdivision dates back to the 1950s. Some views to the southeast and east towards the single-family homes. I think this was the last day that we had rain in Truckee back in June. View to the southwest, view to the south, and then as you can see, looking again towards the west, the cluster of trees towards Northwoods Boulevard, and then that gentle slope of the site. Site topography, High Point at the north. Due north is straight up on this image. Due south is straight down. So there's a nice gentle slope again, an elevation difference of about 10 feet. One interesting thing to note when you look at this image and you see the apartments from the 1950s on the lower part, the 2 buildings there. What struck me is the large asphalt apron there. Only 8 apartments, yet you can park 30 to 35 cars there. So there's a different mindset then, much more of an auto-centric mindset. And I think there's an opportunity with this site to be far more efficient in terms of parking standards. Some of the guiding principles for the layout of the site, the alternatives that we're going to look at, wanting to really ensure that there was a residential scale and form to the site plan, optimizing unit count, unit mix, so density, trying to minimize the amount of coverage, taking full advantage of the slope of the site and solar orientation for potential photovoltaic panels on the roof to create energy, and trying to be as efficient as possible with parking as well. Alternative 1, you see here a couple of buildings that have 5 dwelling units each. They are positioned on the site to orient primarily towards the south, towards the sun, and the west, towards the views. There would be a drive aisle coming off of Edmonds Drive on the north, somewhat adjacent to the existing asphalt parking area of the apartment building to the north. There would be a little bit of a drop in grade, and parking would be right off the drive aisle into the buildings. I think this will illustrate the concept a bit better, and this applies to all three alternatives, really. So you can see north to the right, a little bit of a retaining wall. It could be a rockery retaining wall, a drive aisle, garage parking, and then you still have room for a two-bedroom unit on the back side of the garage towards the south. And then directly above that, you could have two-bedroom units, and then another two-bedroom units on the third floor. So this really gives you a sense of how buildings could be laid out on the site to take advantage of the solar orientation and to be really efficient as well. These are 1,000 square foot units, which is a very reasonable size. We already talked about some of the zoning and code parameters on the prior slide, but this is just a recap for this alternative. Again, 10 dwelling units, 5 two-bedroom units in each building. Parking standards would need to be adjusted for this particular alternative. There's one garage parking space per unit, and then a certain number of guest parking spaces that could be parallel parking on the drive aisle. So it's a significant reduction from the 30 to 35 parking spaces that we see at the adjacent 1950s example. This example has about a 56% coverage between buildings and drive aisle and walkways, and again, 3 levels. Concept 2, alternative 2, breaks it up into 3 buildings. One smaller building, Building A, has a 1-bedroom unit on the back side of the garage, so very similar to the slide we saw previously, garage parking, a unit on the back side of that on the ground level, and then two-bedroom units above in Building A. And then Buildings B and C are essentially identical, sort of mirror images of each other, garage parking spaces off the drive apron, and then 1-bedroom units on that same floor, and then above, 2-bedroom units on two levels above. Very similar to the prior alternative, a summary of the zoning and code parameters. This one takes up the full 70% coverage that we're anticipating would be the cap for this site, because you have 3 buildings, more of drive aisles, and so forth. And then finally, concept 3 is very similar to the existing building to the north, one larger sort of monolithic building, but tried to break that up a little bit. And it would have 10 dwelling units. You can see at the top of the screen the drive aisle again with direct-in garage parking, so weather protected. Each unit would have 1 parking space, and then you'd have on this ground level behind the parking, you'd have 2 two-bedroom units, and then above that, each floor would have 4 two-bedroom dwelling units. And another summary of code and zoning parameters. Moving on to feasibility, these are very sort of rough back-of-the-envelope looks at alternative one as a rental scenario. The goal here was to try to find which assumptions were necessary to make the project feasible. These financial models, or pro formas as they're known, really try to replicate what a developer or builder anticipates the project is going to look like financially. Is it going to pencil? Is it going to make sense? So these performers are really only as good as the assumptions that are made. And here there are some preliminary assumptions that appear to suggest that there is a feasible project here if it meets certain conditions. So in this instance, this is assumed to be a deed-restricted local workforce housing project, but market rate. So the market rate rent for a two-bedroom here is, admittedly fairly high for our region, $2,975 a month for a two-bedroom unit. Construction cost, after discussions with a number of local contractors and an appraiser, this is certainly not a high-end construction cost. This is kind of more of a mid-range, but $440 a month is the assumed construction cost. If you toggle any one of these variables, for example, if construction costs were entered as $500 a square foot, this likely would not be feasible at all. So this is just reflecting some variables that result in something penciling. But bear in mind that any one of the variables, were they to be changed, could make things go one way or another, either up or down. The land here is shown as $1. So this is meaning that the working assumption is that there's some form of contribution, land contribution to a public-private partnership. So the town owns the land. There's a lot of value to the land. The land, again, is a huge cost for a builder or a developer. But in this instance here, it's assumed that there's a land contribution. Timing as well. Time is money, as we've all heard the old adage. So here, the assumption is 9 months for pre-developments. That's architecture, engineering, permitting. A 12-month construction time frame. And knowing that there continues to be robust demand for rental apartments in Truckee, assuming only 3 months to fully lease up 10 units. Exit months, so what does that mean? So this is just a way of that rental units are often viewed in investment terms, that if someone is to build an apartment complex, a builder or developer, they typically hold on to the property for a 5-year period to stabilize it, to ensure that there's a steady rent stream, and then sell the property, and that's how they ultimately would make their money or make a profit. So 60 months is the normal time frame. That didn't really work here in this case, so toggle that to 72 months, a 6-year hold. And as you can see at the bottom there, there is a net profit. Some might argue it's not the greatest investment after a 6-year hold, but it does reflect something that's in the black as opposed to the red. I'm going to go on to scenario 2, which was taking alternative 2 and assuming that all of the dwelling units were for sale. Here you can see a higher construction cost, $510 a square foot, assuming that a for sale dwelling might have a slightly higher level of finish to it than a rental unit might. So wanted to account for that. There's still the assumption of a land contribution from the town. And then here, and this slide, by the way, is an update of what you had in your original packet. So there's been some fine tuning since last week. And by the way, it's been my experience in the realm of development that there are dozens and dozens of these pro formas before you arrive at the one that really makes sense. And then that becomes the guiding light for making your budget and getting things done. But in this instance, sales prices were assumed for market rate. 1,000 square foot 2-bedroom unit, you can see, pretty hefty price tag. Affordable rate, still a hefty price tag, when you think about it and put it into perspective, but we live in a very expensive area. 1-bedroom units, we haven't seen $412,000 for a unit in a long time, an affordable rate at $340 for a 1-bedroom, a 525 square foot dwelling unit. Timing, very similar to the rental scenario, but assume that sales would take longer, a bit longer, a 6-month assumption here. If that were to become 12 months, or if the construction costs were to become $600 a square foot, everything you see here would be quite different. It may not show a net profit at the end. So again, just wanted to demonstrate that there is something here that could be feasible, but it's going to take a lot of work. And I think ultimately this is sort of the process that a development team or a builder would go through with the town, assuming a partnership. So again, the questions and issues for you to think about. We'll put this slide back up in a moment when you want to deliberate. But here are the recommendations that we have after doing this analysis. And going back to the land, if the council does support considering a land contribution, then there's a recommendation to deed restrict the land in some way. It could be deed restricted as affordable housing, or workforce housing. Could be a market rate workforce housing with a percent affordable. I mean, totally up to the town to sort of craft this as deemed appropriate. But to have some kind of restriction tied to the land if the land is going to be contributed. Entitlements. Entitled land is, I think, would be very attractive to the building community and development community. It would take a lot of risk, time, and money off their side of the equation. And if the town were to pursue that, it could give the town the opportunity to put a frame around it, define the number of dwelling units that would be appropriate here. There would still be the leeway for a builder or developer to design, to produce the architecture, which would presumably have to come back to the town, to the Planning Commission for review and approval. But I think at least getting something framed up in terms of the entitlement side would be beneficial and would certainly, I think, help attract more interest in the parcel. So with that, I'm going to stop there and open it up to council questions.
Thank you so much, David. Really appreciate that. And I think that was a great lesson or window for all of us into the process, and how I appreciate you saying a little tweak here, the cost of construction going up here can change the whole thing. So just a great perspective. So with that, we'll go to questions. Vice Mayor Pallavi, we'll start with you.
Gonna make me grill former Mayor Tierman over there? Jeez. First, what an honor. Thank you. So cool. Really to see you over there now and giving us this, and seeing you guys walking on the Legacy Trail, just a pleasure. This is really cool. Thanks for bringing this forward to us. I do have some questions for you. My first question is, how much longer are you with us, and are you going to be able to carry this through the entitlement process?
Well, as a matter of fact, so 1 week left here.
1 week?
Return to final year of grad school a week from today. And yeah, so, and then back in Truckee after that.
Thank you.
So
We highlight the back part because the woo is still happening. We're still trying. We
Yes.
hope he will come back.
Yes. Well, there's a lot of things keeping him coming back here, hopefully, I think. So what would, I guess this, I don't know if this is a question for you or a question for Jen or Danielle or whoever, but should we proceed through this process? What would an entitlement process look like? Would we be handling that internally with our internal staff? Would we be hiring that out to a consultant? Give us a little color commentary.
Great question. So I don't think we have a great answer for you tonight, to be honest. It's something that we need to think through. There's definitely some additional consultant support to bring in. But we can, if you choose to go in that direction tonight, which is our recommendation, we come back to you with a plan.
Okay, cool. Mr. Tierman, former Mayor Tierman, I'll let my cat out of the bag. I obviously like alternative 2. I think it maximizes so many opportunities. Would that entail or require a zoning change? Would we be doing that within the entitlement process? Because that would exceed even the 50% density bonus, if I read your staff report correctly.
That's true. So in addition to the density bonus, there is also in the residential standards for the town sort of an equivalency factor. And it showed up on the slides. It was some of the detail at the very bottom. So, for example, a one-bedroom unit doesn't equate to one unit. It equates to 0.67% of a unit. A two-bedroom unit is 0.9% of one unit. So when you add all that up and take those 15 units, I think it was 5 one-bedrooms and 10 two-bedrooms, you actually have the opportunity to increase the number, I think maybe 2 or 3 more units.
Okay.
So there would very likely, I mean, if right now the zoning says 8, density bonus 12, with this equivalency factor, you might get to that 15 number.
Okay. So so we're talking about 15 actual units, but but as far as the density is concerned, we're still within our existing. We wouldn't need another zoning change because we just did a zoning change on this parcel.
Yeah, that's right. This is RM24, and I think my sense is that it might be feasible. To get to 15, perhaps it ends up being 14, but I think you can probably get close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. If I'm reading everything correctly, and this is more confirmation, in all 3 alternatives that you presented to us, each unit, regardless of 1 or 2 bedroom, has a single garage parking space, regardless of its number. So, and then we're doing shared parking or guest parking for the additional parking parking needs, basically on site.
Correct.
Great.
Correct. And the hope is and thought is that if this is deed restricted to local employees, given the location, hopefully folks are thinking about alternative means of transportation, biking, walking. But yes, 1 parking space per unit, plus the guest parking.
Did you do any floor plans assessments and stuff like that as part of your exercise here, or was this like more of a monopoly outside the box thing?
There actually were floor plan precedents that were used to help guide the form. I actually didn't lay out detailed floor plans for these, but based on some other precedents and looking at other prototypes, we essentially was able to align the footprint with what could fit inside a 2-bedroom unit or 2 2-bedroom units.
And that included some storage space for skis or bikes or what have you, as you got to deliberate on so many of those similar projects in our position.
Yeah, I feel reasonably confident that there is room in the garage for storage, and there actually may be, particularly in alternative 3 and 2, additional room. There may be another extra parking space feasible as well in each one of those buildings above and beyond the single space per unit.
Got it. Great. This might be a question for Lynn. I saw that we had her here. Don't know if you're part of this presentation. I just wanted a quick confirmation that my math was correct. So if we were taking that 75% AMI number, what would a monthly rental on the 1-bedroom amount look like? Would it be approximately $1,500 a month at 75? I'm just using I was using the Nevada or our page actually. I was mostly because that's what you gave me was 75% AMI for 1 is $78,750. Dividing that by 30% times 12, I got to 1,500. I'm just making sure my math was approximately correct.
We can do Yeah, we can
Okay.
do some math for you if you have another question.
So what I just want to know kind of where we land. I understand why you're giving us the pro forma you're giving us. I 100% appreciate that and agree with it. I think we can do more and better up here with other things that we can do. So I just want to know, what does it take to get to a $1,500 one bedroom reasonable rent rate, that achieves some of the same goals. So, yeah. Thanks, Lynn. I saw you here, so you might as well help us out.
So that 1,500 is affordable for a household of one, but how the calculation is usually done is number of bedrooms plus one. So one bedroom would be a household of two,
Okay.
which would be about 1,668. So it would have to be a lower AMI to get to that 1,500 for a one bedroom.
So 75% AMI rental rate on a one bedroom would be approximately $1,600 per month.
Yeah.
Perfect. That is all I need to know
As
right
of
now.
2023.
Great. Perfect. That was just for my own knowledge. And then preference around there needs to be builder incentives. This is, I guess, more of a professional question. So what would a builder or developer be looking for in a project like this? Is there a margin? Is there a dollar amount? What do we need to do to entice somebody to build this and manage this, right? Whether it's for sale or for lease, it's going to need to be managed. If it's for sale, there needs to be an HOA. Otherwise there's still common area fees, things like that. So paint that picture in your private sector hat of, where do we need to get that bottom line to in order to make this attractive enough for somebody to want to work with us on this partnership?
Yeah, well, I certainly can't speak for other development groups out there. I think every one of them is going to have their own view of what's profitable. But I can tell you this: I think that again, going back to the notion that land and construction cost are the lion's share of the cost of a project. Viewing the land as a contribution or even maybe a low-cost loan that could be paid over a long period, a 30-year period or whatever would be attractive. And the other thing is entitlements are expensive. It's expensive to get projects approved. And a project like this could easily be $100,000, $200,000 at the end of the day, but between developing architectural concepts, site plan, preliminary engineering. The town has a very stringent set of requirements and appropriately so, but it all costs money. So if there was an entitlement package that was put together that gave some certainty, more certainty around what could be done, the envelope, that would be very attractive. Rates of return, I'm not sure I'd be prepared to throw numbers out because I'm an architect, I'm not a financial expert, but I've had enough exposure to kind of get a sense. And I think that, developer is going to look for a reasonable rate of return. And if they're borrowing money from a bank for a construction loan, they're also going to want, some kind of, to see a reasonable rate of return in a pro forma. So is that, 10, 15%? Yeah, is probably a starting point, but others may argue, that's too low, that's too high.
Sure.
So, but just to give you a sense.
And then I guess I have two more quick ones. Is it envisioned, once we decide whether we're going rental, for sale, et cetera, whatever path we sort of end up taking, at some point we'd be handing this off, whether it's to a contractor that hires a property management company, whether it's a developer who subcontracts the construction and somehow manages, the sales or rentals, or are those the kinds of scenarios that we're considering or that we're envisioning as to how this goes once it gets past entitlements?
Yeah, I think in the case of a for sale scenario, a developer would also, typically engage a sales agency or agent
Sure.
to handle the marketing and the sales and come up with a program and plan together. And if the town is a partner, then that would be a kind of a three-way partnership, if you will, between sales, developer, and town. So that would be kind of one scenario. And then there'd be a need for a homeowner association, some kind of structure to take care of the common space, because there is common space there. What's interesting about this housing type is there are, in my view, economies of scale in construction and in operations. But there'd have to be some kind of HOA structure, CC&Rs developed as well, which is another track, primarily through the state of California. In the case of a rental property, the builder developer would typically set that up as well, either through their own internal resources or engage an outside firm who manages property to manage the property. They're two, I think, from an operational standpoint, two very different things: a rental project and a for sale. So I hope that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
helps.
That's super helpful.
I think, Vice Mayor, if I can just add on a little bit, if you were to move forward with this and want us to go into entitlement process, as I mentioned, we'd come back, but I think we'd be looking at some of those finer details. So, for example, we could take this and issue an RFP with it all entitled and kind of start working through what a developer would want to see and how we could partner. Back in the old RDA days, when I first started my career, we did development and disposition agreements, and you to go through that process. And that's how you deed the land over to the developer in exchange for whatever we've agreed to as a result of that RFP. But as much detail as we can get tonight from you on, are you leaning towards for sale, are you leaning towards for rent, might help us flesh out that process a little more.
Great. Thank you. No further questions. Really appreciate everything you've done, very much so. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Councilmember Klopstad.
We miss you up here, David. I do. Thank you so much for this. What a pleasure this has been to look at and dream. Love the opportunities that you've presented here. Just a couple of quick questions. You mentioned that there are common spaces. What would that include?
Basically, the outdoor space, the space between the buildings could be landscape. There could be opportunity for, play area, fire pits, those kinds of things. So that would really be the common space, at least my view of common space for a smaller project like this, a smaller lot. When you get 8 units or 10 dwelling units, 15. I think a great opportunity for community and people to gather. And if you design those kinds of spaces into the plan, into the site plan, I think those could help facilitate people getting to know each other and forming their own little community within a community.
Thank you. I guess it also, maybe some of these questions will be more of deliberation, because it really depends upon whether we go with a for rent or a for sale. So, for example, if we were going to do for rent, one of the common spaces could be, say, laundry, things like that. Okay.
Absolutely.
And so that for the 440 square feet, that really caught my eye. I'm like, oh, really?
the dollar amount you
440
mean?
square foot, cost $1 per square foot.
Yeah.
But that does include all current code standards, and including the solar panels and things like that. That's inclusive of all of that.
It is a number based on several conversations on what construction costs were looking like at kind of a mid to lower end of the spectrum. So to make the project work in that particular scenario, that was what was plugged in to the back of the envelope pro forma. Experimented with 450. The project still penciled, but the profit diminished by that much. When it bumped up to 500 for the rental scenario, it wasn't working anymore.
Yeah.
So I think it ultimately is going to be up to the builder, developer, and construction costs certainly are not coming down, and nor are they likely to. So it's a very challenging environment right now. But again, I feel that this particular type of project where you have some shared structural elements, demising walls, there could be some economies of scale that will help.
That makes sense, especially if it's a larger building. The smaller buildings, you have more exterior envelope to build, and
Yeah.
a little bit more expensive, a little bit less efficient. My last question is just, I haven't seen a lot of architects or developers jump at the chance to take on somebody else's project. At what point, it feels like if it's schematic enough or in the beginning enough, it still is very attractive, especially if it comes with entitlements. Do you have any opinion on that? At what point does it become like, oh, this is somebody else's design, I don't want to touch it?
Yeah, well, I think in at least my view on sort of teeing things up entitlement-wise, it would not be to design a project per se, but it would be to at least put a frame around the unit count, maybe a site plan, something that gives some guidance. But I think ultimately there would need to be leeway left to the builder, to the developer to come in and really do their thing in concert with the town and within the framework that is being established.
Especially when it comes to those densities and the bonuses, figuring all that out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like in a smaller way, creating a master plan for a small site. And then once a master plan is there, it doesn't necessarily define all of the architecture and the colors and all of that. That could follow. Okay. So I think if it's structured in a clever way like that, where it's not fully baked, maybe it's half baked, and then the developer builder, has to put the rest of it in the oven to finish it off. I think it's more of an approach like that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Thank you very much for the staff report, David, and for the presentation. Especially appreciated your professional insights in terms of what's important to a developer, including the time that takes to get the entitlements and the uncertainty associated with that. I want to cover just four small topics, I hope. It looked to me like a one-bedroom unit would be more profitable than a two-bedroom unit because the square footage would be nearly double for a two-bedroom unit, but the income would be only a third greater. Am I correct in looking at it that way?
Yeah, so I think the rental pro forma, if I can go back to that, assumed at market rate $29.75 for a two-bedroom, $22.50 for a one-bedroom, and these were taken from an example here in town, closely aligned with Coburn Crossing, for example. One of the questions I think that was asked, one of the council questions prior to the presentation had to do with, sort of touched on this, well, if you did more one-bedroom units, or took that square footage and split it. Well, the way the zoning is set up, it is based on density, unit count, not square footage. So you can't really take 10 two-bedroom units and convert it into 20 one-bedroom units. You still have that same density cap, unit count, unlike commercial square footage, which is floor area ratio based on square footage. So I don't know if that's what you were getting at or not, but
No, I was much more simplistic, but
Okay.
I appreciate that nuance. Okay, and then alternative 2 is the only one that includes one-bedroom units. Right, that's one for 15 units total.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And there's the explanation you just gave me on calculating dwelling units for zoning purposes. Is that why these alternatives are all weighted towards 2-bedroom units, or did you have other reasons for that?
No, I think the some of the precedents that were looked at and some of the floor plans that were consulted, the 1,000 square foot 2-bedroom unit is a very versatile unit. It could allow for 2 individuals, 4 individuals. People can share rent. And then going back to the Mountain Housing Council's original 2016 needs assessment for the area, and then the more recent update, there was some mention of a lack of 1- and 2-bedroom units in our region. So the thought here was to sort of err towards more 2-bedroom units as the more predominant unit or housing type versus the ones. The ones in this case, I think, because the buildings are more broken up, they're a little bit of smaller footprints than the other 2 schemes, afforded the opportunity to introduce 1-bedroom units behind the garage space. So that was one of the drivers.
Okay. Yeah. And then also this location is within walking distance of the schools, I believe.
It is. Truckee Elementary and Truckee High School.
Or right across
Donner Pass Road. So very easy walk, easy to get to on a bicycle as well.
Okay. One of the questions staff is asking us to answer is whether we prefer for sale or for rent scenario. And I noticed that in the sale scenario, the potential profit is higher on the for sale units than the for rent units. What are other factors that the council should consider in choosing between a preference for one, a sales versus a rent property?
Yeah, I think it you know, given the high bar or barrier to entry for buying housing, you know, the rental option is going to may perhaps appeal to a broader range of individuals or families. If they can't afford the 20% down, the 100,000 or two, you know, very, very expensive to enter the housing market. Having more rental stock, we know the demand is there. I think there are waiting lists still at the apartment properties in town. The demand is there, and I would imagine that demand is going to continue. So that would be, you know, one consideration for rental versus for sale. You know, the for sale, the net profit is kind of a one-time thing. Once all the sales are done, then it reverts to the individual homeowners in the future. Whereas the rental, with a rental property, you're going to have an ongoing rental stream. With cost escalation over the year, that's going to continue, but so are operating costs. So it's hard to know, you know, there probably won't be a steep incline in terms of profitability of a rental property. Especially depending on how it's structured, if it's all affordable, or if it's, you know, market rent and some affordable units. So I think it's really something that you may want to explore further with the selected builder developer when the time comes. I don't necessarily feel you have to firmly answer this question tonight. Perhaps it's something that is part of the follow-up. Yeah.
And you're not recommending one over the other right now?
I'm not. I could see the pros and cons to either way, and I think it's really the town owning the land, really a matter of assessing wherein lies the greatest need.
Okay. Are you willing to say whether just looking at it from a social perspective in terms of providing housing for the workforce most in need, whether a rental or sales situation would be better?
Probably rental.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then lastly, I'm looking at alternative 2, and it has more units, and it has both 1 and 2 bedroom units than either alternatives 1 or 3. Why wouldn't I opt for alternative 2 over the others?
Well, I would probably do the same.
All right.
I think like you, I appreciate the fact that it does have some mix of unit type. It's not to say that you couldn't do that with the other alternatives as well. I think there is an opportunity to mix it up and have 1s and 2s with all of the alternatives for that matter. But alternative 2, breaks the building structures up. That kind of really helps to reinforce that sense of residential scale and form that we were talking about earlier.
Right. Okay, yeah, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
Thank you. You guys asked a lot of good questions, so thank you, fellow council members. I did have a question related to timeline, and Jen, maybe this is more, so I saw, it'd be about 9 months in the pre-development phase, which would, that gets us to spring, which is a great time to start construction. How long in staff putting a plan together and coming back to us to figure out if we decide to move forward with entitlement, how long do you see that taking, just so we have an idea of that?
The earliest that we would be coming back would probably be the end of September, just based on agenda availability. So I would say early mid-fall period.
So it could be feasible then, based on the timeline David shared, that something could be starting construction next spring if it was 9 months of pre-development. And I know we don't have a crystal ball, we have no idea, but
it's aggressive.
Aggressive. Okay. Thank you. And then, David, really appreciate all your work. Please come back when you're done in a year. To Vice Mayor Pallavi's questions, it sounded like if we did go with option 2, we wouldn't have to do rezoning for the unit count if we did density bonuses based on the 1 bedroom being 0.67 and 2. Or we might still have to, or can you just restate that maybe so I can hear it again?
Yeah. My sense is that with density bonus and current zoning and the equivalency factor, that it would be feasible to get to the 15 within the lines, if you will. But I think that's something that staff can go back and really double check. But my sense is, just based on this analysis, is that it would be feasible.
Yeah, it's sounding like maybe that's the preference. So when we're doing our kind of timeline and what things could look like in terms of process, we can flesh that out.
Thank you. That is it. All right, so with that, we will open this up to public comment. If anyone has a public comment on this item, please come on up to the podium. We will ask you to state your name, and you will have 3 minutes to share your comments. No one? All right. Seeing none, we will close public comment. And we will bring it back here. Vice Mayor Pallavi, if you want to start deliberation.
Yes, I hope your experience as a Town of Truckee intern was fantastic, and just want to appreciate you once again, because you've gotten to sit in all 3 seats now. You've been an employee, you were up here, you've been a project applicant and proponent. It's very exciting, very unique resume. This is our first chance to do something like this. I'm over 1,000,000% on board with proceeding with this and making it a top priority. I was a planning commissioner when we got this land, and just to remind everybody, that was over 6 years ago now. So I think we've done our due diligence. We've come a long way, and it's a really remarkable opportunity before us. I want a project that meets the demand as well, not one that speculates on the demand or pricing. I think that's an important point to make. Projects like this are a risk, and being our first foray into this, I think that the rental market, specifically at 60 to 125% of AMI levels, are kind of our most desirable situation. It's what I anecdotally, hear from my staff and my employees. It's what I see the most around town in terms of the need and the affordability. I think Councilmember Zabriskie threw it in his notes, when you have Coburn Crossing apartments, studios going for over $2,000, that's a lot of money. I mean, that's like you're making almost $80,000 a year. You're not making $20 an hour, right? Like that's significant. And I think it's too much. I think we have a unique opportunity to take these rental rates and put them in a target. And that's really what my goal would be. So my goal in all of this is to maximize the site, is to maximize our opportunity. To me, that's option 2, far and away. It's to maximize the mix. I think that 1 and 2 bedroom mix is important. I think creating all one style, I don't know that that's the best way to do it. So the lens that I'm sort of putting on my recommendation and sort of where I am is, how can we maximize our target market? How can we maximize the site? And how can we maximize further town contributions to hit those targets in whatever way possible? So, I'm definitely not opposed in any way to contributing more to this project to achieve whatever that delta is that needs to be achieved to make somebody, or to allow somebody or some firm to pick it up, build it, manage it, farm it out to be managed by Cambridge or whoever, we want out there to manage this type of rental property. And I think that lessens the amount of speculation. I get very worried on a for sale project of this kind of density, stacking units. I think we've seen success with sort of attached townhomes, things like that. We haven't necessarily seen a lot of success in sort of stacked product selling at $650,000, $750,000. I mean, it's a lot. And I just don't know that that's the product the consumer's looking for. So that's why it feels so much more risky to me. Whereas we have these known voids in our rental market. And so that's sort of why I've narrowed my focus down to sort of hitting those knowns. And if we can address the knowns, we can allow sort of other projects to sort of fill in around the edges as need be. But I don't think we should be taking a ton of chances on our first foray into this type of relationship. Because I think we're going to learn some lessons undoubtedly as we go through this. So the more we can minimize those lessons learned, I think the better we're going to be. So that's sort of where I'm at. Did I answer all of the questions in front of us? Rental, option 2, give the land, plus.
Let's carry through entitlements.
Oh yeah, let's keep this thing moving. Let's keep it on the rails, and if we can get Mr. former Mayor Tierman back to keep that thing moving, or perhaps somebody else of equal ability, that would be even better. So, that's all you get from me, I think, if I've answered all the questions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Klipstad.
Okay, I am very enthusiastic about this as well. Maybe not quite as enthusiastic as Vice Mayor Paulvey. I do have just a little bit of hesitation. And maybe this has to do more with making the decision of, is it a rental or is it a sale? Yeah, and that and I'm sorry, now I'm kind of realizing I have another question, because if we're giving them a density bonus to, if we're giving them a density bonus, then we're already requiring a certain amount of affordable housing at whatever rate, depending upon that bonus. And then if we give them the property, it is then deed restricted, and we're getting what from that deed restriction if we already have the affordable housing layer?
So the affordable housing for the density bonus wouldn't be the whole project, right?
Okay.
So we would be getting the deed restriction for a local workforce for the whole. I think
the
that's what we'd be
balance.
trying to ask for,
Okay.
or what we'd suggest.
What we would suggest. Okay. I think that the land, adding the land donation makes us an incredibly sweet deal, especially if it's a for sale option. I really, and I think I'm not ready to make that part of the decision. So hopefully we'll have an opportunity to come back to that. I do really think that this is the right path to move forward. I agree. I love alternative number 2. There is more efficiency in a single block building, but I think that this particular site and what we're trying to accomplish here in creating a space for people to create a home and an environment that they want to stay in is ideal in that kind of cluster development. I'm wondering though, and again, this might go back to the sale versus the rental. If we are going to make this significant of a contribution, we're bringing it through entitlements, and if we're going to dedicate the land, I know this messes with your numbers, David, but to me, we need to be also hitting some of our other targets up there, which is a leader in environmental design. And if we're building something that we're contributing this much to, I would want to make sure that it's not contributing to our greenhouse gases, or at least minimizing that. So that's something that I would like to understand how we can navigate this as part of those contributions that we're making. I know that increases the price of the initial cost, but if this is a rental unit, then it's going to more than pay for itself in the lifespan of that facility. So I would like to have that considered as well. Because of that rental versus sale, I agree with you. I don't think the stacking units are terribly attractive as a sale product, but were you able to, or did you look at any options that looked more like that graphic on the introduction that had individual little units that were 3 stories high? Is that a possibility on here, or just because of the site constraints it's too difficult?
No, it's certainly possible. It would reduce the overall dwelling unit count on the site if that were the approach
more-
taken
yeah.
for sale. So
You have to have sets of stairs for everybody, and
right, yeah. So maybe you get, if you do triplexes like that, where each unit owns the upper floor, nobody's above another owner, then my sense is you maybe you get 6, 7, 8 at most on the site.
That does definitely change the impact,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at this point.
Can I add one tiny quick thing? I think just because I heard the way that you were talking about it a little bit, and I think it might be helpful to think about that. You kept saying like, they were giving this, we're going to give that. I actually don't view it at all like that. I view it much more like almost like a CIP, like public works project. Like, we own this land. This is our land to do what we want with, right? And so I view it more as when we say like that they is like the community, right? It's almost like the people living there. And just in the same way that we set up a public works project and put it out to bid and allow for a degree of profit to be taken on any project, right, through personnel and contingencies and other things. That's just my mindset as I'm thinking about this. And I just wonder how everybody, I just sort of want to maybe just help that dialogue through. To me, this is very different from a traditional project as it comes at us. This is our project, just the same way we're redesigning West River Street. And so, yeah, we can say all electric appliances all day long. That's just part of the RFP, right? And we just say, as long as the rental prices are within 60 to 125% of AMI, hey, you're building it for X, right? Like, come back to us with a proposal, and we're going to award that based on what we think is the best RFP. So I don't know if that's how you were thinking of it. Your language made it sound a little bit different, and so I was just trying to maybe move that.
I appreciate that perspective. I think I can get there if we ended up doing a rental situation, but if we turn these over to be for sale, I would have a hard time looking at it that way. Sure. Yeah. But thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And a question, sorry, Councilmember Zabriskie. So I know question 3 is preference for rental versus for sale, and you're hearing our dialogue, but it sounds like we don't have to, you guys can move forward in bringing something back to us without making that final decision, because I did hear Councilmember Clove said you were still kind of like, maybe this or that. So just checking in on that.
Yeah, I think the dialogue is helpful for us as we think through the process, and we can bring you some options.
Perfect. Okay. No consensus needed on that then tonight. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Okay, so I see us as just giving staff our thoughts on this project, assuming we all vote to move forward, which sounds like we will. On the plan alternatives, I prefer alternative 2 sitting here tonight. Because it has the most units, the building mass is reduced by having 3 buildings instead of 1 or 2, and it's the only alternative which includes a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. On the land value, I really don't have enough information to express an opinion on that, so I'm going to just, that's all I have to say on that one. On development structure, I, sitting here tonight, based on what I've heard, I prefer rental, largely because I see rental as being more likely to serve the need we have to provide housing for our workforce. And the 2 bedroom units for sure offer an opportunity for increased opportunity for low-income workers with kids, with 1 or 2 kids, to be near the public schools. And I see a real benefit in kids being able to walk to school. The one thing I'd note, the rental rates used to show a profit are high. They're what he used, and I could easily see a point where we start talking about how we can subsidize the rents in some fashion. I use subsidize in a very broad way, but I'm certainly not ready to suggest to any developer we're ready to jump at that opportunity.
Thank you. All right, so alternative 2 is what I heard from everybody, and I'm on board with that. It seems like, yeah, let's maximize housing units because we know we need them. Very excited to have staff move forward with a plan, looking at entitlement. On development structure, I am still kind of weighing both options of rental and for sale. And, one aspect I've been thinking about in regards to for sale is, when Aaron, I think with BAE presented to us about the THAP program, how you need more units in the THAP program. And I could see this as being an opportunity if maybe that was a way we subsidize these units more, is they're part of the THAP. So this would be your first foray into utilizing that program. And then you would move up and you could purchase your next house that maybe one of the people who just purchased through the THAP program today has purchased. So, yeah, maybe a 1-bedroom isn't what you need throughout your entire life, but it gives you an opportunity to start. And that's, we really have very few 1 and 2-bedroom for sale options in town. So I think that's the other thing to think about, while also recognizing we have a lot of need for rent as well. So that's why I appreciate we don't have to decide this today, and it will be interesting to hear as we move forward in this process. But I think that's something for us to think about as well. I also agree with what was said. Those rental rates, as well as the for sale values, are awfully high. And so what else could we do to help support this project? I think that will be important as we move forward. And then lastly, again, I already said we need 1 and 2-bedroom units in town. So really excited to see this. Also really excited for garages. I talked to some people who live in some of our apartment complexes now who had really tough winters this past year because there is no opportunity for that. And a lot of them lack that storage space too. So I think this is great that we are thinking about the way we all live in this area and the weather we deal with. And I think that's great that that's going to be an opportunity too. So with that, it sounds like we're all in agreement of moving forward, looking at alternative 2, continuing to look at the different types of housing for sale and rental. Any other direction or questions you have for us, Jen?
No, I think you've covered everything, and we'll come back in the fall.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. That was fantastic.
Do you want to thank David? What an opportunity, right, to have a person of his talents come on staff and help us out for a while. So thank you very much.
All right, let's see. It is 6:55. I know sometimes my fellow council members want to take breaks sooner than I do. Would you guys want to take a quick break now? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break right now, and then we'll come back for item 7.2. Thank you all. We'll bring this meeting back to order and move on to item 7.2. Accept vacancy tax options analysis report and direction regarding sales tax polling. Hillary, take it away.
Great. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. There are two parts to our next discussion item, both related to potential revenue measures. So first, I'll kick it off with a discussion of the recently completed vacancy tax options analysis report, and then Alfred will present regarding the sales tax polling. In March 2023, you may recall your council authorized the town to contract with BAE Urban Economics to explore options and revenue potential to inform consideration of a potential vacancy tax. BAE has completed that analysis report, and I'd like to turn it over to Aaron Nussain, principal with BAE Urban Economics, to present a summary of this analysis. So Aaron, are you with us on Zoom?
I am. Thank you for the introduction, Larry. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. We do not see your screen.
All right, So I'm getting a message saying the host has disabled participant screen sharing. So hopefully someone can turn that on.
Stand by for just a minute. We're working on that.
In the meantime, I'll pile on and say it was great watching David Tierman's presentation. Excited to see that project potentially move forward.
Aaron, maybe while we're pulling that up and fixing that, is there kind of an overview you could give us or a quick summary?
Sure. Yeah, I'll go ahead and start into some of the material, and then we can share the slides when screen sharing is available. So the scope and intent of the vacancy tax options analysis is to provide a relatively high-level overview of what some of the potential populations of residential and non-residential properties, how many there are within the town of Truckee and Nevada County, as well as providing kind of high-level order of magnitude estimates of the potential revenue that could theoretically be generated through imposition of a vacancy tax on either residential or non-residential uses, or potentially both. We really started off with sort of a high-level review of existing policies within a handful of other jurisdictions and tried to get a sense of the likely ways in which a vacancy tax might influence market behavior.
Aaron,
Now,
I think we might have screen sharing fixed if you would like to try one more time. Otherwise, I'll share your slides from council chambers.
It looks like we're up and running. Great. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Great. So, as many may already know, there isn't a lot of precedent for a vacancy tax, particularly in the United States and in the state of California specifically. So there were vacancy taxes recently adopted in the cities of Oakland, Berkeley, and San Francisco. Those are all relatively new. They were adopted in the last handful of years. The city of Vancouver, British Columbia, share from this view. Of Vancouver, British Columbia, adopted a vacancy tax in 2018. They do report some preliminary observed responses from the market of a 5% increase in the number of residential units in the city of Vancouver, that corresponded with a 20% increase in the number of tenanted properties. So essentially identifying that there was a net decrease in vacancy over the study period following imposition of the vacancy tax measure. Now, all of that response change can't necessarily be attributed to the vacancy tax. However, it is one of a number of potential contributing factors. Now, we need to sort of acknowledge that all of these other jurisdictions that have already imposed a vacancy tax measure, they represent large urban settings. So the context and drivers of vacancy in those markets is likely to be quite different than what we're seeing in Truckee and Eastern Nevada County. And so that needs to be kept in mind as we look at these other jurisdictions as examples of how vacancy tax measures may impact the communities within which they are established. Now, specific to this analysis, we wanted to think a little bit about how imposition of a residential vacancy tax may impact market behavior. Generally speaking, we would anticipate that owners that are less well positioned to absorb the additional costs associated with a vacancy tax measure would be most likely to change their behavior. But regardless, we may see a wide variety of potential market responses. That may include essentially no response. If households or property owners are sufficiently positioned to absorb the additional costs, they may not functionally change their behavior. We could see an increased owner usage of a property if increased owner usage of the property is something that's factored into the definition of vacancy. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later. You know, you may see an increase in short-term renting if a property owner already has a short-term rental permit and is engaged in that use. And if short-term rental activity is counted towards the definition of occupancy, that may represent an incentive to increase short-term rental activity of that property. You may see some property owners that induced to long-term rent a unit. So they don't have a short-term rental permit, and the revenue they can generate from long-term renting can offset the cost of the vacancy tax and a variety of other factors. You know, there may be some inducement there. In some cases where the property owner is not as well positioned to absorb the additional costs, some property owners may be induced to sell their properties, as well as take a variety of other potential actions to defray the costs associated with the vacancy tax. Now, the impacts or the potential impacts of a vacancy tax measure are really contingent upon the details of that tax measure. What's the tax basis? How is it calculated? What's the effective tax rate? You know, what defines occupancy and vacancy? And how is occupancy and vacancy monitored and enforced? And a property owner's specific response to imposition of a vacancy tax will vary based on a wide variety of factors: their cost basis in the property, their property tax basis, their personal, household, and business income profile, the revenue generating potential of that particular unit, as well as their tax liability. If they're on a 1031 exchange or some other tax basis, you know, the way that they're impacted by imposition of a vacancy tax can vary significantly. Within the non-residential market, again, the way that property owners respond to imposition of a vacancy tax can vary significantly. In some cases, property owners have little incentive to offer concessions when their holding costs are relatively low. So theoretically, imposition of a vacancy tax increases their holding cost and can provide an incentive or an inducement to tenant the property or potentially engage in other forms of value-added activity, including, you know, renovating properties, providing concessions to prospective tenants, or in some cases, redeveloping property. Now, generally speaking, imposition of a vacancy tax may also increase the risks associated with investment properties. So that may have the potential of pushing or putting downward pressure on non-residential property values to some extent. Now we'll switch to talking a little bit about the potential pools of properties that may realistically be subject to a potential vacancy tax measure. Now, even now, reliably identifying properties that may be subject to a vacancy tax, it's inherently challenging because the data is not particularly precise. This analysis is really focused on providing high-level estimates of the potential number of units that may be subject to a tax, but the town and the county will have to go through a process of identifying their own methods for identifying vacant units, and then confirming their vacancy and determining whether or not they would be subject to the vacancy tax. One kind of hypothetical scenario may be to identify residential properties that are subject to homeowners tax exemptions, use that as a substitute for assumed occupancy, and then send out notices to the remaining property owners indicating that their property has been identified as potentially subject to the vacancy tax and offering an opportunity for them to petition that determination, provide additional evidence supporting occupancy of the unit through potentially a lease to a long-term tenant, identification of the short-term rental property number, and the number of days per year or nights per year that unit is occupied, et cetera. So additional work is going to be needed on that if the town or the county decide to move forward with a potential vacancy tax measure. Now, starting with residential vacancy, we really relied on census data, particularly 2020 decennial census data, to identify the number of properties that are vacant for seasonal and occasional use within the town of Truckee and Nevada County. We also looked at other vacancy. That's a category in the census data that usually ends up being a catch-all for properties that the Census Bureau can't clearly define how it's being used. And so oftentimes in markets like town of Truckee, Eastern Nevada County, seasonally vacant units where it's a little bit questionable get pushed into other vacant. And towards the end of the presentation, you'll see the actual numbers. Generally, 80 to 90% of the seasonal inventory are detached single-family units, and the remainder are either attached units or multifamily. According to the Census Bureau, about 25% of the seasonally vacant units are vacant for 24 months or more, which is really long-term extended vacancy. 37% are vacant for 6 months or more. And that's intended to provide a little bit of information that could be used for establishing the definition of what vacancy is, the minimum amount of vacancy that would qualify a property for a vacancy tax measure. Now, jumping to talk specifically about short-term rentals, these are really a subset of that seasonal vacancy, or at least that's the way we're thinking about it. And this is important because a vacancy tax measure, if the community moves forward with one, would need to be aligned with the town and county short-term rental policy as well. And so we need to be thinking a little bit about, whether or not short-term rental activity, potentially exempts a property from the short-term or from the vacancy tax, or can be counted towards exemption under the vacancy tax. Now, in the town of Truckee, as of 2021, there were a little over 1,100 permitted STRs that were in operation for the full calendar year. There were another 61 STR permits that were issued during the course of the year. And the reason we broke it out that way is we were trying to look at the number of nights occupied over the course of the full calendar year, and that averaged out at about 80 nights per year. The figure here sort of shows that distribution. We don't have good information on owner occupancy, so we can't necessarily add the two together to understand total occupancy of the unit throughout the course of the year. Nevada County has quite a bit fewer STR units, about 270 total as of 2022. So one other subgroup of the housing inventory that we specifically looked at are accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. And this is important for a variety of reasons. So in particular, the state of California is really pushing jurisdictions to encourage and incentivize ADU construction. And the idea is that ADUs, by their nature, being smaller units on properties associated with existing residential units, are theoretically better positioned to be rented out at affordable prices. again, due to their size, but also because the unit doesn't necessarily have to offset land cost, similar to what David Tierman was speaking to a little bit earlier as one of the kind of key components of a housing unit's total construction cost or development cost. That said, the idea of imposing a vacancy tax measure on ADU units may work against some of the town and county's other objectives. So one of which is trying to formalize non-conforming ADUs. So if someone was going to be subject to a vacancy tax on an ADU, that's an incentive for them to not formalize the unit. As of 2023, the town of Truckee has permitted 144 ADUs, Nevada County 105. It's not a particularly large pool of units. So then transition and talk a little bit about the non-residential vacant property inventory. We first looked at a private data vendor called CoStar. They track commercial real estate listings and do some other inventory work. They identified about 2.1 million square feet of non-residential space in the town of Truckee, and identified about 22,000 square feet of that as being vacant for a vacancy rate of only 1.1%. Town staff went through an additional exercise of identifying properties that they knew to be vacant on a more anecdotal basis. That totaled a little over 60,000 square feet of total space. So that would equal around 3% vacancy rate. Now, we spoke to some additional brokers who are familiar with the Truckee, Nevada County markets. They were indicating that current non-residential vacancy is more in the 3.5% to 4% range, which suggests that the town inventory as well may have also missed a little bit of space. And that just goes to highlight the difficulty of identifying a lot of these vacant spaces, particularly if they're located within larger buildings. Sometimes they just aren't as visible. We don't have as good of data for Nevada County. We identified about 11,000 square feet of total vacant non-residential space in just the unincorporated county. That's not Nevada City, Grass. So then from there, we took those numbers with regard to the number of residential properties identified as potentially being vacant, as well as non-residential properties, and applied a few different rate scenarios to identify the potential revenue that could theoretically be generated. Now, these are order of magnitude estimates. Neither the town nor the county have thus far as I know, identified specific funding objectives associated with a potential vacancy tax measure. The town has identified at a high level, potentially looking at funding transit as well as housing programs with vacancy tax revenues, but that is a non-binding indication. Data from the town suggests that fully funding TARP Connect would be about $2.5 million a year in ongoing operating revenue, just to sort of generally put the funding needs into perspective. But the revenue generating potential of a vacancy tax measure, again, varies potentially quite widely depending on a variety of factors: how vacancy is defined, what exemptions are allowed, how the vacancy tax is potentially going to be monitored and enforced. So with that in mind, these are the vacancy tax revenue numbers that we generally put together as part of this analysis. So in this column, you can see the number of units that fall into each category. And then we have a variety of different annual flat rate tax scenarios. So at the lowest end, at $1,000 per unit per year, the vacancy tax measure could generate at the high end something like $5.5 million per year if only applied to single family units. And that's not accounting for the amount of vacancy per year. So I would expect that would get adjusted down in some fashion based on whatever the vacancy definition is. If you're looking just at multifamily units, that's around $500,000 per year, again at the high end. Mobile homes, there just aren't that many that are sitting vacant according to the Census Bureau, so that'd be generating significantly less revenue. And then jumping to non-residential, based on the limited square footage of vacant non-residential space in both the town and the unincorporated county, a vacancy tax measure is likely to generate relatively little revenue. That's even if all of that vacant space was taxed. So at $1 per square foot, that'd be about $60,000. One other thing that we heard as part of the interviews is that a majority of the vacant non-residential space in the town, as well as in most of the unincorporated county, is functional vacancy. And as part of a vacancy tax, you wouldn't want to be imposing additional cost on functional vacancy that is relatively short term, that's going to get filled relatively promptly. It would make much more sense to really, if you wanted to go down the route of establishing a non-residential vacancy tax, would be putting it in place in such a way that would allow the jurisdiction to apply it in cases where you have large scale persistent vacancy, but not necessarily applying it on every 5,000 square foot vacancy that comes up on a regular basis. With that, I'll open up to questions.
Thank you, Aaron. And before we get to questions, we're going to finish the staff presentation and then we'll open the whole thing up to questions.
Great.
So as outlined in the staff report and in Aaron's presentation, there are a number of significant policy questions that the town would need to work through if we were to pursue a vacancy tax ballot measure. And because this is a fairly new type of policy, there really isn't a set playbook or best practices for vacancy tax implementation and tons of examples out there to draw from. Additionally, the staff has been tracking the current legal challenge to San Francisco's vacancy tax, which was passed by voters last November. For these reasons, staff is recommending that the town does not further pursue a vacancy tax initiative at this time, and that staff continue to monitor the San Francisco case and emerging examples of vacancy taxes for at least a year. And the town could then revisit a discussion on vacancy tax at a future date if requested by council. So that's the end of our first section of this agenda item. I'm going to turn it over to Alfred to talk about the sales tax option that's up for consideration as well.
And while Alfred's coming to the mic, I can tell you that nothing is happening in the San Francisco case. It was filed 6 months ago, and nothing has really happened. Things keep being continued. San Francisco filed seeking a demur. There hasn't even been a hearing on that yet, so we don't know anything yet about that case.
Is that my cue? Okay. Alfred Knotts, Transportation Program Manager with the town. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Your Honor, Town Council. As Hillary mentioned, we wanted to, and Council had requested this, is to put this together as a package so this could be discussed in terms of the overall kind of landscape here in terms of taxes and just kind of financial landscape. So we will talk about the Measure V here, referred to in the staff report and this presentation simply kind of as a road tax here. So just to give an overview, Measure V is a current half-cent sales tax to fund road maintenance and reconstruction. This is one of those measures similar to Measure U and Measure R. The town has been very proactive in terms of really initiating self-help revenues to take care of infrastructure and maintain infrastructure, also build and maintain infrastructure. Initially passed in 1998, it was renewed in 2008 by essentially 84% supermajority of the voters for another 20 years. So that does sunset, expire in 2028. However, given some of the initiatives in the general plan, the newly adopted general plan, and some of the initiatives that the council has funded recently in terms of priorities, focusing on transportation and community cohesiveness, we wanted to kind of put this forward in front of council sooner than later. It generates approximately $3.7 million annually. It's set to expire, as I mentioned, 2028. Examples of these projects are community overlays, such as what you see on Glenshire Drive, Soaring Way recently, segments of Donner Pass Road, bridge maintenance projects, recessed striping projects, and so on. So just to give an overview of those maintenance types of projects. The renewal considerations. So again, this is coming up for renewal. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We did do this with Measure U and R also, as we came forward with a little bit sooner than when it was anticipated or was scheduled to sunset, if you will. But evaluate the renewal of this sooner than would be anticipated. This is built into the work program. I did want to identify that also as well, and as well as the budget. Evaluate a rate increase, expanded eligibility. So this is something tonight, if council would want to proceed here with a contract with Team Civics, that is part of the action tonight. We would evaluate some of these questions in terms of public opinion surveys. And again, and look at the election schedule also. So there is a small window here in terms of meeting the March 2024 window. We would have to come back to council, and this is in the staff report, put together the surveys, public opinion surveys, get those out to get a representative sample, do the adequate outreach and even more so outreach, which we typically do, and also tap into some other stakeholder groups that we have already established in terms of getting feedback and getting community awareness, and then look at those schedules about whether, depending on what that information tells council, essentially we are on a fact-finding mission here, an informed decision-making process of looking at election schedule for March 2024 or November 2024, or even off further in the horizon based on what that information tells us. So I just wanted to be clear that these are not firm dates. It's one or the other. It's, there's opportunities even down the road further. So next steps in our schedule. This is, sorry, very, very wordy here. I won't read everything, but it is essentially very close to verbatim what's in the staff report. But this does lay out what our aggressive schedule would be, not compromising, again, back to public information awareness or outreach, but to get this started sooner than later, just to keep that March 2024 window on the horizon or make it feasible. So it would be a quick turnaround. We did do some of this testing last time, just very, very small sample of questions when we did Measure U and Measure R. So we would take some of that information we've learned. We have a ton of information coming back based on what we've just heard from within the community in terms of TART Connect, the e-bike share, things like that. The general plan has also since been adopted since we also obtained some of that information. So there is an evolution of some of the information, and we would build that into the final questions that we would prepare that would be presented to the public. We would also rely on what was initially referred to as our microtransit working group. We're just kind of referring to that right now as kind of our transit working group, since we're tasked with a specific goal of developing a pilot, launching a pilot, giving feedback. The last meeting we did have, we've congratulated them on being very successful in that role, and maybe then again task them with additional input through this process as well. And with that, this is a little clunky going back and forth, but this is what we talked about.
With that, our recommendations are to accept the vacancy tax options analysis report, and to provide direction regarding public opinion polling for the sales tax renewal, and to amend the CIP budget C2313, increasing the funding for consultant support for polling from $65,000 to $75,000, and to authorize the town manager to execute a contract with Team Civics to complete the public opinion polling for sales tax renewal, as well as reconvening the transit working group aid in this process. So multi-step on that second recommendation. And then finally, we have had requests from council in the past that when we bring back a discussion on revenue measures, to provide sort of the whole context of other potential revenue measures on the horizon. So we did put together a table here that council would wish to refer to in your deliberation. With that, I think Aaron is still with us for questions, and of course staff are available for questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfred, Hillary, and Aaron. We will start with questions, and Councilmember Zabriskie, I will look to you first.
Are we anticipating any other sales tax measures in Nevada County?
We have not been informed of any at this point.
Okay. And we're bumping up against a cap on total sales tax percentages?
That's correct. I think we'd have a quarter left. do the math, but it's a small margin.
If we were to double Measure V?
Correct.
Okay. And Measure V right now is used for maintenance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the impact fees and developer fees tend to pay for road construction and roundabouts?
Yes, for capital improvements and capacity increasing improvements.
If we maintain the same revenue stream on Measure V but doubled it, we'd be up around between $6 and $7 million
That is correct.
per year.
Yes, depending on the economic climate, but yes.
Right. And then the micro transit, the pilot is at about 2.2 million.
Just about 2.3, yes, for a full, what you know of that pilot being 6:30 in the morning till 10 p.m. Off peak, and then 6:30 in the morning till midnight during peak season.
Okay. I realize it's very early in the pilot. Are you willing to hazard an informed opinion on what microtransit would look like a year from now?
It right now, the council has been very supportive of the program out of general fund. So we'll be running up against the sustainability of that program after this fiscal year. Based on the operating parameters that we've laid forward in the pilot and tried certain things, meaning starting back to having our winter pilot in certain hours and certain levels of vehicles where we saw longer wait times. I think what the pilot has informed us as if we've kind of hit that sweet spot right now. And the pilot that you know of as of right now for the year-long program is essentially the model pilot.
Okay. There's be about, if we double Measure V, and use that to fund microtransit, we'd still have an additional $1 million that we didn't have before.
Potentially, I'll jump in.
Sure.
So I was going to refer to Dan.
Dan.
I think one of the things with microtransit, and we talked about this when we rolled out the pilot, was we were targeting an average 20-minute wait time.
Right.
And what is happening is as microtransit becomes more accepted and known in the community, there's more demand for it. And that creates an inverse relationship as it relates to wait time. So while I think this year's pilot is, we're in a pretty good place, I think as time goes on, there's going to be demand for more vehicles in order to meet that wait time target, which is going to then increase the cost of the microtransit program. And then there's also other items in our long-range transit plan that go towards reducing the frequency from hour-long headways on our fixed route to half-hour or ideally 20 minutes. So the revenue that would be above and beyond the amount we're spending this year on microtransit, I could see that being spent on basically keeping the microtransit service levels at the amounts we've targeted, and then potentially reducing headways on fixed route as well.
And then what would happen if either we didn't authorize the polling, if we reverse what we had previously planned on, or if the ballot measure failed, how would we pay for the microtransit?
We've been pretty open about that if the ballot measure doesn't pass, that would be an indication that the community's not wanting to fund that. So you'd either have to continue to use general fund money and make sacrifices on the capital project front, or end the program.
Okay. On the vacancy tax, okay, this is going to be for Aaron. There was you had figures for the county from the American Community Service or Survey, and it was I think you had 25% of residences are vacant for over 24 months and 37% over 6 months. Is that right, Aaron?
That's correct.
But we don't have any data for Truckee. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that's a relatively new data point that they just started collecting, I believe, post 2020 as part of the American Community Survey. So it's quite limited in terms of the data that's available.
Do you know how we would go about trying to determine how many units in Truckee have been vacant for more than 12 months?
I mean, really at this stage, the only option would be, I think, to either wait for new census data to become available or try to develop some type of method using something like wastewater flows or something like that to approximate occupancy.
What about obtaining, if the PUD were willing, would we be able to infer from electrical consumption whether a unit was being used or not?
Potentially, that's another alternative. We need to speak with the PUD to get a sense of whether or not there's a good conversion factor that's reasonably reliable to use. One thing that has come up on some of the public forums next door, for example, with regard to the vacancy tax, is people talking about just leaving utilities running, leave a faucet on or something to influence the conversion to determine whether or not a property is vacant.
Got it. And on the vacancy rate for non-residential properties, we had the consulting company coming in at 1.1%, and then our local brokers indicating it's more like 3.5 to 4% vacancy. Is that considered a healthy vacancy rate, or is there such a concept?
3.5 to 4%, I'd say, is reasonably healthy. That suggests to me that there's a reasonable amount of space available if a company either wanted to come and establish itself in Truckee, or a business wanted to expand, that there would be sufficient space. Now, that's not getting into the details of what type of space that is, where it's located, what the amenities of the building are. But generally speaking, 3.5, 4%, that's kind of more or less in a range that, most economists would be content with.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi. Councilmember Klopstad.
Just a couple. So on the sales tax, will the polling questions be focused solely on roads and transit, or will any other initiatives be included in that?
So what would be, I think the detailed questions would typically be focused on, what we're expecting we might consider putting on the ballot. There's usually a number of other questions that go into these types of polls that test the kind of relative interest of the community in things like open space, trails, libraries, kind of on down the list, to understand where the overall community, where the measure being considered or the service being considered falls from a prioritization standpoint relative to other things and services that are of interest to the community. So it wouldn't be the same level of specificity in the polling, but I think there would be data in the polling that would indicate, where these types of services rate amongst other potential uses of municipal funding.
So likely very similar to the other questions we've asked in the past, like some of the examples you shared, fire preparedness, things like that. Okay. And back to the vacancy tax, I'm just dumbfounded by some of these numbers. I observe plenty of properties that I can tell people are there for maybe 1 or 2 weeks a year, which seems crazy to me already. But really, there's 25% of our properties that are vacant for 24 months. Is that?
So that's of vacant properties, not necessarily of all housing units.
Of vacant, okay, are vacant for, yeah, that's, I understand that. So, but really, there's that many that are not there for a full 2 years. That's just amazing to me. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. One question on the sales tax measure, would it be able to be written in a way where the increase would go into effect in 2024, or would we have to wait till 2028 to see the full percent?
So, do you want to? Okay, it's kind of hard to see you down there. No, we could write it in so that would go in effect immediately. In fact, we had to do the opposite with our trails renewal. Is we wrote it in that it wouldn't go in effect until that one expired.
Thank you. No further questions. With that, we will open this up to public comment. If anyone would like to make a public comment on this item, we invite you to come on up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name. Come on down.
Good evening. I'm Paco Lindsay, longtime Truckee resident, Madam Mayor, Town Council, Town staff. Just thoughts, reflections on the occupancy tax concept. I find it kind of an interesting thing. I think it definitely needs to be parked for a while and dealt with. My question would be, what would be the goal of it, the end goal? We had 2 presentations tonight about housing shortages. We all know it. I was on the GPAC. We all talked about housing shortages. But if a housing vacancy tax is to kind of fund, say, microtransit, I'm not really sure if that's the direction we want to go. I think if occupancy tax is trying to unlock housing, trying to redo how we deal with housing up here, I think it might be a good conversation for the community to have. But to deal with it as a way to get funding, for a specific program like microtransit, I don't think it's not for me as a personal taxpayer in town and a member of this town. It's not what I want to see. In terms of the sales tax for Measure V, I did help out only as a volunteer. I did not run the campaign. I was strictly a volunteer for Measure V. It's kind of an interesting situation here. I feel like having a campaign next year, I realize we have to, if we want to keep funding microtransit, we have to have a rush to have a campaign to double the tax. Having ran campaigns, as you guys know, in a big election year, presidential election year, it can be kind of dicey. It bumps up against all kinds of stuff. Different types of voters come out. Emotions are quite different. Running a campaign, since I've ran campaigns, I probably would have to double my budget just to get the messaging out. So I kind of question that. But I do understand the rush otherwise, because if we would have to fund microtransit. So my initial thing would be, kind of make sure, I'd rather see it maybe happen in 2026. But once again, microtransit wouldn't be funded. So that's for you guys to talk about and the town staff. My last kind of, comment on that would be in Measure V right now, and I don't think town staff or anybody would ever change this, but all the bike lanes in town are pretty much a result of Measure V. Down Lake, Glenshire Drive. So I want to make sure that on-road bike use, bike lanes are definitely focused just as much as they are today, if not more, as we go forward with whatever Measure V is, whether it starts to fund microtransit at 1%, it goes 50-50. I want to just kind of put my trails hat on that we maintain the bike stuff. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it up here for deliberation. Councilmember Zabriskie, your thoughts?
On the vacancy tax, I was struck by the same data point that Council Member Klofstad is. It's the percentage of units, and that was for the county as a whole. But still, it's a high percentage, and I can see taxing that kind of property, a property that's lying moribund, simply because it's still in the family and no one's acted to do anything about the property. I mean, we can hypothesize situations where just no one's using a property. The people who bought it and built it passed away and their children just aren't interested. I can see imposing a tax there. All the other items, for the reasons set in the staff report and for reasons that aren't there, I'd be very reluctant to pursue. On the Measure V road tax, Paco echoed my concerns, or I guess now I'm the one echoing him. I think it'd be easier to persuade voters to vote for it if there were time to put it together and we had more information showing the success of microtransit as well as a better idea of how we would like it to evolve. I see a greater risk trying to push ahead with it now. I appreciate what we heard from Dan about using the extra funding from doubling Measure V for reducing the head times on both fixed routes as well as microtransit. I appreciate all that. I mean, that's the direction the town needs to go. So I guess my concern is just how quickly we're doing this.
Council?
I think the polling would want to really have explicit questioning on the purpose.
Yeah, and just to remind you, I know you're aware of this, but for everybody listening, we're just polling to gauge interest and community support. So you're not making a decision to put this on the ballot tonight. So you might get some of the information that would help you feel comfortable moving forward or comfortable not moving forward based on that polling.
Right, and I hope what I'm saying is giving you some idea of what the polling would want to reflect. And so my initial concern is whether we're rushing into the polling, and then secondly, wanting to make sure that any polling on the on Measure V, on doubling Measure V, was fairly explicit on the anticipated uses and drawing a distinction between improving transit, public transportation, and building roads.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. And I think that if we move forward with polling, that's feedback for developing the poll and the questions that are asked.
Right.
Thank you.
Those are my initial thoughts.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Great, thank you. I accept the vacancy tax options analysis report. I think we're fine for right now. I would still like to track it at the legal level and see what that looks like and not necessarily take it off the table completely, but at least shelve it for the time being. I think I do support providing, moving forward with the polling for the sales tax. I also agree with Paco. A primary in March is much more desirable than a November timeline for something like this. I think these are the sort of tougher ones where it's going to be hard to find that sort of core campaign management. And, this isn't necessarily potentially one of those sexy topics that are so easy to coalesce around. So a lower turnout election, I think, is a good idea. I do want to just make at least to see some polling also on potentially capital expenses or other ancillary uses. I think, as the microtransit becomes more mature, theoretically costs could decrease. If we have the opportunity to buy our own fleet, we're not leasing vehicles. I think we have to understand what the sentiment is for the breadth of what this revenue measure might be able to include. And I think we also want to be really careful that, we don't shoot for the moon, but we do something achievable that's responsible to the taxpayers, but also understand a little bit better what people are willing to pay for in our community. Are they willing to pay for electric vehicles, to fund, to move around town? we're willing to do that, but is the community willing to do that, I think, is an important question. And then to make sure that we're talking about those ancillary uses. I don't think anybody's talking about, at least I'm not, deleting or taking things out of the potential uses for Measure V. It's more looking at what can we also do with Measure V. I saw some questions about trails. I think that's separate, but I do think on-road improvements are really important. Pedestrian, intersection improvements. Can we do, what are we calling it, when your microtransit pulls up to the curb in downtown, right? Curbside management, can that be part of this? Does that have to come from different funding sources? Thank you. So many terms that I have a tough time with. But yeah, that's where I'm at. And I just think the more breadth, knowing what people are willing to support, the better, as we move down this road towards 9% sales tax potentially. Yikes. That's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Klopstad.
Okay, I too accept the vacancy tax options analysis report. That was actually really interesting, really valuable. I think it was money well spent. Yes, let's continue to track it. I thought Blake Hirschcraft's public comment was totally intriguing. I love the concept that if we ever move in that direction, that we provide relief for homes or units that are 100% electric or LEED certified or whatever, to help incentivize that, moving properties in that direction in any way that we can incentivize it. In terms of paying for the microtransit, I do see the sales tax as a more equitable distribution of this impact. All visitors will contribute in some way, shape, or form, and then property owners and residents as well. So I like that aspect of it. However, I too am we've been through so many polling things now. We're all just like hyper focused on what are we going to ask? And, because we all want to make sure we're getting the information to make better future decisions in support of our community's expectations and needs. And so I really think that this, we have an opportunity to hear to understand some of a little bit more granular detail of that. And identifying it, I also just think this is getting a little bit into the details of it, but if we identify it as a road tax, you're right, it's not very sexy or exciting, but I think a multimodal tax, or certainly a tax that is somehow describing that we are incorporating alternative transportation, pedestrians, cycling, all that, wrapped into one in order to improve all of that interconnectivity of our community. Because we're getting so close, but we have a lot of like little gaps. But when you're walking or you're on a bike, those are very impactful. So I think this is a really great opportunity to get there. However, I am going to always bring it back to something that we have seen in every single one of these polls, and that is that, sustainability and environmental mitigation always polls very, very high. And so I know we have asked staff to come back with a policy for funding a sustainable funding source for our environmental impact and climate action plan implementation. So I know we're looking at all the different possible tax measures, but I want to make sure we're keeping that in this mix as well. We need to find a way to have a regular contribution towards the other goals on that list, especially the climate action plan, because that is going to take some bucks to implement. So I'm looking forward to that presentation, and I want to make sure that somehow we're folding in that concept into this overall funding discussion.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. Did you have something else to say, Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yeah, that's why I said my initial comments, just slipped it in there at the end.
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. There are only a few. Yeah, Councilmember Klostad's remark about multimodal struck a chord with me. I think there's great support for maintenance of our roads, patching the potholes. So I guess I'd call it a multimodal and maintenance tax. My only concern for now is the reservation I expressed before. I'm express it again is about rushing into this too quickly. I would ultimately like to see good results on the poll, and with those results, then have a successful campaign. And I see that being more likely if we have more data and more time to put the campaign together after the polling. So I think that's the only place where I diverge from the other council members.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will add my 2 cents, 1.5 cents. I accept the vacancy tax options analysis. I appreciate the data. In agreement with everyone else. Let's table it, pay attention to it. Now's not the time, but maybe in the future. I wholeheartedly support moving forward with polling. I think now is the time to do it. And if we find there's not community support, then we know now's not the time to move forward with it being on a ballot. But if there is community support, then I'm less concerned about rushing it or, moving forward too fast. I think, after we had a crazy winter and we all see what that can do to our roads, there might be more support even for a less sexy thing like road maintenance, and the continued support and numbers that I know Alfred shared yesterday at the groundbreaking of TART Connect usage is showing people are really getting excited about it. So I support pulling, and your suggestion, Councilmember Clove said, making sure maybe we ask a few questions related to sustainability as part of this general ask. I'm comfortable with that and continuing to think about that as we're having these funding conversations too. So with that, I do believe we should, it sounds like we're all in agreement to move forward with polling. If somebody would like to make a motion on that.
I move that we accept the vacancy tax options analysis report and provide the direction regarding public opinion polling for sales tax, which we've done. Amend C2313 budget to increase consultant support for polling line item from $65,000 to $75,000, and authorize the town manager to execute a contract with Team Civex to complete a public opinion poll survey for sales tax renewal. And finally, reconvene the transit working group to aid in this process.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. All right, moving right along, our next item is our short-term rental ordinance year 1 performance review and council direction on potential policy revision topics. And we have Rosie presenting next.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. As stated, my name is Rosie Johnson, Program Analyst for the Short-Term Rental Division, and I'm going to be presenting tonight on the Year 1 Performance Review for the Short-Term Rental Ordinance and potential policy revision topics for Council to provide direction on. First, I'm going to start off with a bit of background. On April 12, 2022, following significant community and stakeholder engagement, Town Council adopted Ordinance 2022-02, amending the town short-term rental ordinance. The goals of the short-term rental regulation updates were to proactively manage the short-term rental registration program as a tool to help maintain the supply of housing that is affordable to the regional workforce, maintain neighborhood and community character, address nuisance issues associated with STRs within neighborhoods, and maintain a healthy economy, including visitation-related sectors. The short-term rental program modification took effect on May 12, 2022, and a few highlights of the program modifications include a registration certificate cap of 1,255, phase out of STRs in ADUs and multifamily dwelling units, 365-day waiting period to apply for a short-term rental wait list, increased penalties for violation of the short-term rental ordinance, December 31st deadline for registration renewal, the waitlist application process, and then creating a short-term rental registration certificate-based workforce housing advancement program, which is now called the short-term rental workforce housing token program. Council had directed staff to monitor the impact of the new regulations and to provide a report after the first year and a biannual review thereafter. Now this leads me into the short-term rental performance review and data analysis. Data was compiled by myself and fellow program analyst Angela Martin, little shout out to my colleague, which compares makeup and use of Truckee's current STR inventory from year-end 2021 and 2022 and 2023 year-to-date. I'm only going to be speaking to 5 overarching key takeaways of the data analysis report. The full report is attached to the agenda item should individuals be interested in looking at the study as a whole. The first key takeaway is registered short-term rentals to long-term rentals. While it is difficult to quantify the impact the regulations have had on availability of workforce housing, we have been able to confirm a total of 31 properties that were at some point a registered short-term rental and at a different time have participated in the Lease to Locals program. Of the 31, there were a total of 20 properties that were registered as a short-term rental prior to the short-term rental ordinance going into effect that participated in the Lease to Locals program after ordinance adoption, showing movement from short-term to long-term renting. Anecdotally, Placemate has heard from a number of property owners that they are considering long-term renting since they are unable to short-term rent, or they are interested in long-term renting while they're on the wait list to receive a short-term rental registration certificate. Next, I'll be addressing some data on multifamily and ADU phase-out. From 2021 to 2023, we have seen a reduction of 34 multifamily units and 1 ADU that were previously registered as a short-term rental and have since dropped from the program. This has yielded an increase of 0.3% of the single-family housing stock and a 2.9% decrease in the percent of multifamily housing stock that is registered as a short-term rental. Incidentally, short-term rental division staff have been relayed various reasons as to why multifamily units have discontinued participation with the program. Some of these reasons include the sale of a property, the choice to no longer short-term rent, and failure to renew their registration prior to the deadline. Another highlight to discuss is the short-term rental waitlist application process. There is continued strong interest in joining the waitlist, and a total of 530 applications have been received since go live of the waitlist application process. Thus far, we've been able to lend 216 registrations to the waitlist. So we're seeing turnover in registrations. There's continued movement, and we are currently trending at a rough estimated wait time on the waitlist of about 9 months to a year. A key takeaway for transient occupancy tax, or TOT, is that in both 2021 and 2022, there was a decrease in the number of short-term rentals that remitted TOT. However, TOT revenue continues to increase. This trend indicates that while there were fewer short-term rental properties for visitors to access, transient rental revenue continued to increase, meaning that active properties either had more rentals or increased their rental rates. The chart shows the number of registered short-term rentals remitting TOT to the town of Truckee, alongside the total TOT revenue that was collected annually over time. Lastly, I'll provide a brief overview of short-term rental compliance. The table displays communications received to our short-term rental helpline by complaint type, showing total complaint times received, and does not distinguish if a complaint was confirmed as a violation. Our top 3 enforceable complaints remain to be noise, parking, and trash complaints. From 2021 to 2023, the town has seen a steady decrease in complaints received over time, due in part to enforcement efforts. Short-term rental division staff has achieved this through education and outreach to STR operators and the community at large, as well as through proactive auditing efforts. I'll now transition into council direction on potential policy revision topics. The The following policy topics have been suggested by council, staff, or community members as specific areas of the short-term rental program that council may wish to review and consider whether future ordinance amendments should be explored. Staff are not recommending changes to any of the policy areas at this time, and staff effort to work on the topics are not included in the approved 2023 to 2025 work plan. It is anticipated that researching and considering any of the policy updates would require moderate to very significant amounts of staff time, depending upon the topic to be addressed, as well as stakeholder engagement and council effort. Council could identify one or more of the topics for addition to the work plan bike rack to be flagged for future council consideration as a work plan addition. With that being said, our first potential policy revision topic is concerning the phasing out of multifamily units. This was intended as a tool to help preserve the availability of these units as accessible housing for full-time residents, since they tend to be the most affordable. Preventing the ability of new buyers to short-term rent multifamily dwelling units cools the competition among buyers intending to use the new units as a vacation home, making it more feasible for full-time resident buyers to compete for these units. At the time of ordinance adoption, there were concerns raised by some council members around the equity and whether owners of multifamily units should be provided equal opportunity to short-term rent to offset the cost of home ownership. Council members indicated interest in reconsidering multifamily phase-out at a later date. The next policy revision topic is regarding the short-term rental program's bed and breakfast policy. Bed and breakfast inns or hosted rentals are defined as the short-term renting of one permitted bedroom within a home with one family and permanent residence, with a maximum of one short-term rented bedroom per parcel. Currently, there are 26 registration certificates for bed and breakfasts. These types of rentals are exempt from the short-term rental ordinance regulations, but they must obtain a transient occupancy tax registration certificate and remit quarterly TOT. Nuisance issues are largely mitigated in hosted rentals due to permanent residents being present when the bedroom is being rented. However, code enforcement has occasionally encountered challenges when such rentals are out of compliance because of the town's limited enforcement ability over the rental types. Those enforcement challenges include occupancy. A rental listing may allow more occupants than would be allowed under the short-term rental ordinance. Advertisements. A property may advertise more than one bedroom when only one bedroom is allowed for bed and breakfasts. Life safety. The property may have a life safety code violation. And so currently, the Community Development Department staff can enforce such violations through normal code enforcement procedures. However, the Short-Term Rental Division does not have clear authority to suspend or revoke a bed and breakfast transient occupancy registration certificate to support compliance efforts. To address this, Town Council may wish to consider future cleanup amendments to enhance enforcement of B&Bs. This policy update topic is already listed in the 2023 to 2025 Council Priorities Work Plan Bike Rack for future consideration. For the last policy revision topic, we have the year waiting period for lodging units. The short-term rental ordinance requires a year waiting period after the sale of a property before the property owner can apply for the short-term rental wait list. Additionally, the ordinance provides an exemption for units within developments that were originally approved as lodging units rather than dwelling units, whereby these units are not subject to the multifamily dwelling unit prohibition, but are subject to all other requirements of the short-term rental ordinance. The Tahoe Donner Lodge condos fall into this exemption. Therefore, after a condo sells, the new owner is able to proceed with the waitlist application process after a year of ownership. However, there are limitations on the duration of stay in the CC&Rs for the Homeowners Association that prohibit these units from being occupied as a permanent residence. Since adoption of the ordinance, the town has received a few comments questioning why the year waiting period is required for these units, since the waiting period is intended to influence the housing market, and these units are not a viable option for long-term housing. That leads us to the final recommendations, first being to accept the short-term rental performance review and data analysis report for year one of implementing the revised short-term rental ordinance, and then to provide direction to staff on any future that's a hard word for me tonight, future policy revisions council would like to consider within Chapter 5.02 of the Municipal Code, which will be brought back to Town Council for consideration at a future date. And that brings us to the end, and I'll turn it over to Council for any further questions or concerns.
Thank you very much, Rosie, and your team for all that data. We appreciate that. So we'll go to questions. Councilmember Klopstad.
Yeah, Rosie, the data was just fantastic. It was sliced and diced in lots of very interesting ways, and I really appreciated that. It really tells a story of how our policies have affected the use and the activation of these different properties. So it was very helpful. So staff, in the staff report, you noted that some of the TD Lodge units only have kitchenettes, and so those wouldn't be appropriate for long-term renting. But are some of the units full kitchens? And if they were to change those CCNRs, could they be considered long-term rental units?
There is a different makeup per unit. I can't speak exactly to what each configuration of the unit is. For the potential for them to be long-term, I would kind of default to potential development code for that of specific studio units or.
Yeah, we could get some more information on what the exact breakdown is if that's something you're interested in.
I would be interested, depending upon how the rest of this goes. So 86 applications were rejected, and so obviously they didn't qualify. Do you, what are some of the reasons that they didn't qualify? Your microphone, I can't.
Thank you so much. Let me pull up the data analysis real quick.
Okay, I'm sure some of those are because they were multifamily units, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, there's a few. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so a few kind of different scenarios. Oh, that's not showing on the screen. I could still speak to the 86. So yeah, somewhere in Placer County. So when our parcel, it splits some of the properties in half. So when the main residence is in the majority of Placer County, then we would default to them for their short-term rental program. Then, of course, multifamily. I think we had one ADU that came in through the waitlist application process. A vacant land, which that's why some of the further regulations changed, where you can't submit a waitlist application for a vacant land or a property that has not received a certificate of occupancy. So those would be the scenarios that kind of fit under that 86 category of
That's
denial.
very helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie, questions?
Rosie, thank you for that report and the presentation. On the bed and breakfast, right now we limit the number of rooms that can be let out to one. Do you know why that is, or what the impact would be of increasing the number of allowable bedrooms?
It's currently within our definition for a hosted rental for one specific bedroom to be permitted. There are other, and Danielle may be able to speak better than this than me, but there are other definitions of a bed and breakfast where there are further bedrooms if they have a use permit, if I have that right.
And what I'm going to is I'm wondering what the pros and cons are, whether we should consider increasing the number or whether there's a good reason why we shouldn't.
Okay, if I heard you, you're asking a question about our other definition of bed and breakfast. So that would be like a more traditional bed and breakfast where you have an on-site manager and the rooms are typically accessed independently. So it's not the same as what we're talking about tonight, but we had to put that definition for being able to rent out a bedroom somewhere, and that's where it fit in the code at the time.
Okay, let me back up a little bit. My understanding is that under our definition of a bed and breakfast, it's limited to one bedroom, to the lease of one bedroom.
For what we're talking about tonight, yes, but we do have a separate definition for a traditional bed and breakfast. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that what they're saying is that makes it more of a commercial enterprise, and so it becomes more of a hotel. So they make them go through a special use permit process to make sure that we're not converting a residential use to like a commercial hotel type of use.
Okay, so there is a process where the owner of a house could rent out as a B&B with more than one bedroom. Okay.
They wouldn't meet the current definition of a B&B for the transient occupant tax purposes, but they would move into like our hotel definition. So it's similar in that they wouldn't be subject to the annual registration fee, but they would have to go through planning's process to get a special use permit.
Great, thank you. Okay. On Donner Lodge, Rosie or anyone else, what are your thoughts on eliminating the 1-year waiting period for those lodging units? Is it just a bureaucratic complication or
Well,
administrative
we didn't make the recommendation to come back with that. If that's something you're interested in, I'm not sure that we're seeing it as big of an impact. It's not currently in the work plan, so if you want us to come back with that, we'd adjust it, and we didn't think the need was.
Yeah, I'm looking to staff to find out whether I would like to push on that.
Well,
or leave it
that's where
alone.
we didn't make the recommendation. We don't feel it's necessary.
Okay. Do we know how many duplexes there are in Truckee?
I don't have the specific duplex amount, but I do have the multifamily housing stock in general in Truckee, and so that number is 1,962.
Okay. Is there any way, I'm sorry I didn't ask this in a written question. Is there any way of quickly subtracting out the apartments and the condominiums?
Yeah, we could look into it at a later date.
Okay.
And yeah, if that's data to help you make your decision, Jan, then they could look into it. But otherwise, if it's just food for thought.
Or I would just say anecdotally, we don't have that many duplexes. A lot of the ones that we have are actually at Donner Lake because they were approved by the county well before we had established zoning like we do now. So we have a lot of grandfathered ones, but we don't have them in a lot of the other neighborhoods.
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking this because one of the staff questions to the council is whether, as I understood, it's whether we should be considering an exemption for duplexes, allowing an owner-occupied duplex, allowing the owner of an owner-occupied duplex to short-term rent the other unit. And I was trying to get an idea of what's the magnitude, of the number of duplexes we're talking about. Whether I care or not depends in part on how many we're talking about.
I don't know that I took that from the staff report. So staff, I see you shaking your head no. That is not a question, or?
We weren't speaking specifically to duplexes, but multifamily units as a whole. And if you're kind of referring to kind of whether we want to reconsider multifamily residences as a phase out, it's more so of the stock of as a whole. So I could give you total numbers, but I don't have a specific breakdown in regards to individual multifamily type at this time.
Okay. Then let me ask a more foundational question. Can you identify for me any multiplexes where one of the plexes is occupied by the owner of the multiplex?
You're
The
saying
duplex is the only one I can think of. That's why I asked about it.
and I don't have that data right now.
Okay, we had a comment recommending that the number of nights that are short-term rented be capped. What are the staff have thoughts on that?
I can comment on that. That was something that was considered during the STR ordinance development process. One of the concerns that was raised by our stakeholder group is that that's very difficult to track and enforce. And that was one of the reasons why we chose not to move in that direction at that time.
And that continues to be staff's position or observation. Yeah.
That's correct. It's based off of self-reporting, so it would be very, very difficult for us to have any type of enforcement action.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yeah, just one on the Tahoe Donner Lodge condos. Would it be in any type of way weird or illegal? So basically, I do think that is sort of I think it's just a weird nuance that exists, and I would be in favor of amending the policy to basically say, like, anybody either currently on the wait list or that goes through a transaction doesn't have to wait for a year. Like they can just apply basically immediately. Granted, there still might not be any permits available, so they would still be subject to that. So I'm okay with that part of it. But can we legally say, hey, if you're existing, you can't, and you haven't had one, right? So, and I guess maybe I should ask my question. So I asked a question, how many total units exist in the TD Lodge Condo HOA? Do they currently all have valid STR permits, or did some not renew at the time of initial program launch? Rosie kindly answered me prior to the meeting that currently there are 20 units that hold an active registration certificate out of 60. Okay, so there's 60 total, 20 hold a certificate. So I guess what I'm trying to carve out is the 40 that currently don't have them, like they would have to wait a year if they want to get on the wait list, but future transactions and or somebody on the wait list wouldn't have to remain on the wait list. They would be immediately eligible. What I'm asking is that legal and or possible to carve out that very distinct change?
I think it would help if we had some other basis for, other than just saying this group is going to be treated differently than everybody else.
Right.
If we could say units below a certain size, town-wide, or something.
I don't think that cuts it. I think it's units with a CC&R that dictate X under 2023 law. So basically prohibiting any future HOAs from changing their CC&Rs as well.
Something like that could maybe be done, but I would be wary of simply saying this one set of condos isn't subject to the rules.
Right. So any set of condos with a CC&R that says you have to do this or whatever, I mean, that theoretically covers that base, I guess. What's your...
Well, my thought was these units were constructed a particular way.
Right.
To serve as lodging units. Is there not something about the manner in which they were constructed that would allow a definition based on that?
I think that any of us could look at them and say this was not intended to be anybody's home, but turning that into an objective, clear standard is the tough part.
Small bed, small closets.
Come see my house.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no further questions. I mean, that my question is basically simply trying to deal with that just super weird one that barely applies to very many people, but that's really what that's the only change I'm interested in pursuing at this point. If
We're still on questions.
I know. I'm just
and for what
moving
it's
us along.
worth, there may be other complexes in town that would fit those criteria.
Right.
So we need to do some thinking about how much is this opening things up.
Right. And that's why I think it has to be dependent on the CC&R. Like it has to be in their CC&Rs. Like that says these are the qualifying units.
I think there's at least one other complex that would qualify.
Well, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, that's what they were intended for.
All right, we will move on. I don't have any further questions. Thank you for that update. We will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment? If you do, please come on up to the podium and state your name, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it up back to here. Councilmember Klopstad.
May the record reflect that we had 0 public comments on short-term rentals. It's amazing.
In-person public comments.
In-person public comments, yeah. A couple of other ones. Again, just the statistics are great because I know many of our audience members probably didn't read the full staff report, but 31 properties transitioning from some sort of version of an STR to lease to locals or long-term renting is great. The wait list is great. When we first started, we got a lot of calls from people just panicking, thinking it was going to be 5 years. So I think that's really valuable. I think that's a really good amount of time. It makes people make sure that they have a way to manage purchasing that home without the dependency of the income. I still feel it's not equitable to allow single-family homes to have access to these permits and not multifamily units. My position has not changed on that. I still feel the same way, and if we were to pursue a change, that would be the one that I would raise to the top. And actually, all of the items I would support pursuing a change, but not to the point where it bumps any of our other priorities. I feel I would support the B&B amendments. I think it would be beneficial to staff to have that enhanced enforcement opportunity, but it's such a small number. I'm thinking the impact, the cost-benefit analysis of that, the impact is pretty small. The 1 year on the Tahoe Donner Lodge thing, I agree. If we could figure out a way around that, it sure would seem more reasonable. But again, it's not impacting a huge number. So given all that, I'm fine keeping it the way it is. I want these, I would like to see these amendments to stay on the bike rack and have staff pursue them as time allows.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Even though it's only a small number, I wish there were a way, and maybe we will find a way that would eliminate the waiting period for the Tahoe Donner lodging units. I would like to see the day when the housing crisis were not so severe that I could agree with Councilmember Klovstad about allowing the short-term rental of multiplexes, and I think what we're talking about is the condos. I don't see that being as great an issue with apartments, but I think it comes down to condominiums. And but I don't think we're there yet. I think the crisis is so severe. We need to continue prohibiting STRs in condominiums. On the multiplex, on allowing an owner of a multiplex to short-term rent, I think we're really talking about people who own homes that can't fit into the bed and breakfast definition, or they own a duplex. Townhomes are usually individually owned. You don't usually have a case of someone owning a townhome and the townhome next door. I suppose it could happen, but I think we're really talking about duplexes. I don't think there's very many. But for me, conceptually, it's the idea of allowing a homeowner to rent out part of their property when they're on site. And I see... My understanding is a lot of these property owners are barely getting by. They do the short-term rental because for some reason they increase their income over doing a long-term rental. And I'd like to see those people be able to continue to pay their mortgage. So that's my logic behind that. So as time passes, I hope we get a better grasp on that. Whether I'm off base or whether it is something that we should consider more deeply.
But you're okay
with staff's current recommendation?
Staff's recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
I'm okay with staff's current recommendation as well. I also don't support the loosening of the multifamily at this time, so I agree with Councilmember Zabriskie on that one. And I guess what I will just add is, which would be brought back to town council for consideration at a future date, I will maybe just add that at the future date being the next review of the STR ordinance. So is that 2 years from now? I would like to potentially just deal with the Tahoe Donner Lodge condo issue. And all I would say to that is that I would like to deal with it. I'd like to see it made a little bit easier to adhere to their CC&Rs. So it gives them a couple of years to either change their CC&Rs, which is obviously one option for them, or it gives us a couple of years to continue to see if there's a pain point there. But I would like to see it come back when we talk about this in 2 years, and I'd like to make sure that, and to be very explicit on the record right now, that when it comes back to us in 2 years to deal with this issue, only properties that had in their CC&Rs as lodging units at the time of original short-term rental adoption are the ones that can be amended. So what I'm basically preventing is another HOA from trying to amend their CC&Rs in the next 2 years, basically, is what I'm trying to get at. So I'm being very explicit to say, as your CC&Rs had to have this in their original documents at the time of STR ordinance adoption. Obviously, we can change that in 2 years, but that would be my point. That's all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pallavi. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. And again, the data. I think a data point that really spoke to me is when you take out the complaints, you take out general inquiries. We had 235 in 2021, and we have 69 this year. I know it's not a complete year, but I think that shows that this is working, and people know that if they violate this ordinance, they're going to lose their permit, and they might not be able to short-term rent for a while or again. So I think that's something that's great, because that's where we heard a lot of people talking about these nuisances in our neighborhoods. So great job again, Rosie, to you and your team. I think, echoing what some of you have said, I support moving forward with staff's direction, not making any changes at this time. We've got a lot of other things that we're working on. I like that idea in 2 years when it comes back to maybe be thinking about it, and know whoever's up here on council thinks about that in the work plan at that time. The Tahoe Donner Lodge makes sense to think about. Is there a way we could do that? I'm in Council Member Klovstad's court on the multifamily, and, is that equitable to continue to limit their ability? And then the one other piece is, that came up when we first, made these changes a year ago or whatnot, is also just the, if it's your primary residence, would you be able to have any sort of not have to wait on the wait list the whole time? So that way, to Councilmember Zabrisky's point, somebody who goes out of town at Christmas time and just wants to rent for 2 weeks to help pay their mortgage, they still have to wait on the wait list. But would there be something where if you are a permanent local resident, member of the workforce, you'd be able to get on the wait list sooner or something? So just something else to consider a benefit. So with that, I think we're all in agreement to move forward. Who'd like to make a motion?
Mayor, if I may, I have one more thing to add.
Sure, go for it.
So one of the ways we leveraged our limit on the short-term rental was to create the token program. And I'm in full support of that and trying to create housing units. Again, Blake Hirschcraft, I think, made a very intriguing comment. I would love to add to the bike rack, not only your recommendation that we look at something for the 2 weeks at Christmas for full-time residents, but some way to section off a number of units that if you achieve all electric, or you go above and beyond Title 24 in your home remodel or something to that effect, some sort of incentive that you could have access to a short-term rental permit. I think, again, we just need to be looking at all the possible ways that we can incentivize people transitioning their homes to our goal of zero carbon emissions. So I know that's not an easy task, but I would like to see if my other council members would consider putting that in the bike rack for a future prioritization.
Yes, I would say that I would be happy to include that in looking at that in the 2-year mark, not any time sooner or outside of anything else being reinvestigated. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes, I agree with you on that.
Okay, I see heads nodding.
Thank you, everyone. And with that, I'm ready to make a motion.
Take it away.
Okay. I move that we accept the report on STR data from the year 1 to implementing the revised STR ordinance and provide direction to staff on any future policy considerations, which we just did, and they are all staying in the bike rack in consideration for Chapter 5.02 of the Municipal Code.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, on to 7.4, acceptance of the annual comprehensive financial report and audit reports for fiscal year 2021-22. And we have Nikki presenting.
Honorable Mayor and council members, we do have a consultant, our auditor, Justin Williams, on the Zoom here. Justin, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Why don't you
I don't mind.
go for it?
All right, I'll jump right in. Thank you, Nikki. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name's Justin Williams. I'm the audit partner at Munn CPAs. I'm here to present the audit results for the town for the year ended June 30th, 2022. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. I have a PowerPoint that I will go over. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. One thing I like to remind council members, board members, members of management, the financial statements themselves, now known as the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, they're the representation of management. And then it's our job as the auditor to come in and form an independent opinion on those financial statements to let the reader know whether or not the numbers are fairly stated. So a little bit about our audit process. We break up our field work into 2 different phases. The first phase we performed on site the very end of July and into August. We call it our interim field work. That phase of the audit, we do a lot of planning. We review all of the council minutes up until the most current from the last time that we issued the audit report. We did interviews with management. A big part of this phase of the audit is we look at your processes and internal controls. Even though the audit is a financial statement audit, we can't test everything. So a big part of what we do is we look at your processes and controls and test those to make sure that we can rely on different ones to reduce a little bit of the testing. And if we have any recommendations, it's usually as a result of this phase of the audit when we're looking at the procedures you have in place, and we make recommendations accordingly if there are any deficiencies that we note in the controls. So I listed there the 4 main areas that we look at in terms of your controls. We look at what processes, approvals, controls do you have in place over cash receipts or revenue coming into the town. We look at disbursements. What are the approval processes for any expenditures? Look at the payroll function and HR function as well, approvals. Another key part of each of these are segregation of duties. So we like to make sure that key accounting functions are separated amongst different employees, so as one person doesn't have a lot of control over a particular area. And then the financial reporting part, that's really how the transactions are reported in your accounting system and then ultimately roll up into the financials, and that's what we form our opinion on. Next phase of the audit is our year-end field work. This is what I think most people think of when you think of an audit. It's a testing of the numbers. So we're testing the balances at year-end at June 30th, as well as activity throughout the year. Here's an idea of some of the different types of tests that we do. Cutoff testing is a big one. A big part of our audit is risk-based auditing. We're required to do risk-based analysis and procedures. And cutoff is one of the riskier areas. And what that means is agencies a lot of times are really good at doing day-to-day transactions and throughout the year. But when you come to a cutoff period, in this case, June 30th, there's different types of accounting entries that have to be done, accrual entries to make sure things are recorded in the proper periods. So there's a more likelihood for error. So we test transactions on both sides of your year end, prior to June 30th and then after as well. We also do confirmation of balances where we send confirmations directly to financial institutions and they confirm directly back to us. That's a really strong audit tool that we use. Analytical review procedures. That's where there's different types of analytics we can do. We'll do variance analysis where we're looking at changes in accounts over several years. And if anything looks unusual, we investigate further. We also do ratio analysis. We'll do things like average payroll, average benefit as a percentage of payroll, average payroll per FTE. So there's different ratios that we'll look at. And if those don't meet our expectations, then we'll investigate further. And we also do detailed transaction testing, and that's really just selecting transactions from your accounting system, your general ledger, and then tracing that down to the source documents to make sure the numbers are correct. The year-end field work and wrap-up phase lasted a little bit longer this time, which is why I'm presenting this in August versus much sooner. When we were out there in November, there were still a lot of open items that we still had. That we still needed additional information from finance from. So that took a while to get that additional information, as well as us to be able to allocate the time to be able to do that testing. Ultimately, we were provided with the financial statements in May, and then we were able to perform our final processes over verifying the amounts in the financial statements, making sure all the disclosures are appropriate, having them go through our different levels of review, and then we were able to final the audit on June 30th. So to report the results of the audit, in this case, there's 4 different reports or letters that we issue. The first one's our audit opinion. The next one's our government audit standards report, as well as a single audit report. Those 2 are combined into one report. And then we have a separate letter, the communication to council. And I'll quickly go over the results of each of these. First one here is our independent auditor's report. This is the main one. This is our audit opinion on the financials to let the reader know whether or not they're correct or fairly stated. You can see that there's 4 different types of opinions an auditor can provide. Unmodified, qualified, adverse, or disclaimer. Unmodified is what you want, and that's what we have here. It's considered to be a clean audit opinion. This one looks a little bit different this year because you implemented GASB 87, which was the new lease standard. And so that was an additional amount that went on the book. So we just added a paragraph to bring that to the users or reader's attention, but nothing unusual there. It's just called an emphasis of a matter. And that goes in the opinion, but does not change the actual opinion at all. So definitely good news there. The next report we issue, the Government Audit Standards Report, also known as the Yellow Book Report. The majority of the governmental audit standards fall on us as the auditors. We're required to get additional training on governmental entities. We're required to have, as part of our quality control procedures, our internal inspection process has to make sure to include a certain number of government audits. So most of those, again, fall on us. But the way that it affects our clients or affects you is if we identify any issues with your controls, any control deficiencies. I mentioned earlier when we look at the different internal control areas, we're required to put those in one of 3 categories. The most severe being a material weakness, which is a major breakdown in the controls to the point that the numbers could be misstated. Next one down, significant deficiency. The third one down is called a control deficiency, which is the least severe of those 3. If it meets that control deficiency, we can report those on a separate management report. But if it rises to the level of material weakness or significant deficiency, it has to go in this government audit standards report, which is in a standardized findings format. But as you can see, good news, no material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or if we had any compliance exceptions, those would be noted here. So definitely good news there. Next one's a single audit report. So this is the audit of the federal funds. Any organization in the U.S. that receives more than $750,000 in federal funds in a year has to get this additional single audit. It's just additional procedures that we have to do to make sure the funds are being spent in accordance with the grant requirements. So we had two this year, the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grants, and then the state recovery and local funds, part of the coronavirus funding as well. So both of those were audited this year. We had no issues, a clean opinion on both of those as well. So no material weaknesses related to the controls on those either. So definitely good news. Next one and the final one that we issue is our audit conclusion letter, communication with those charged with governance. We're required to let you know in this. So in addition to our audit opinion, there's other things that we're required to let you know in the audit standards, and this letter accomplishes that. We're required to let you know if there are any estimates in your financials. All financials are going to have some sort of estimate just by the nature of their calculation. In this case, it's the OPEB liability, the net pension liability and depreciation. Those are just considered to be estimates, and we're required to let you know. Nothing unusual there. Difficulties in performing the audit. I mentioned earlier, we originally started the audit in November, but didn't get a lot of the information until much later than that. And during the course of that, we were originally provided a trial balance to audit. Subsequent to that, as things were being reconciled and fixed by finance, we were receiving journal entries that we had to keep posting. And so the numbers were moving. And so it took us a lot of additional time to ultimately be able to perform our procedures. That's the reason why this was delayed this year. The good news is, though, even though we were provided 80 journal entries by finance, we had no audit adjustments of our own. So a lot of those would have been journal entries or audit adjustments by us, but as we requested areas and they were reconciled, they were already being fixed by finance as they went along. So no actual official audit adjustments by us. And I mentioned earlier, if we had any major issues with their controls that were either a material weakness or a significant deficiency, we would put those in that government audit standards letter. We didn't have any of those. If we had some of the lesser ones, they could go in this management letter. We didn't have any this year. We've had a few in the past, and they've been very quickly resolved by management, which is what we like to see as auditors, and you should like to see as well as council members, that they're taking our recommendations seriously and implementing them right away. So in summary, we have the unmodified opinion on the financial statements. Good news. No material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. No findings related to the federal single audit, and then no management letter comments and no adjusting journal entries. So other than the fact that we have those delays, the actual end result of the audit is great. This is really as good as it gets. And I would like to thank Nikki and the rest of the finance staff for their assistance in this audit. They do a great job to ultimately end up with really good audit results like this. So it's the end of my formal presentation, so available for any questions that you may have. Or Nikki, I don't know if you were going to do your presentation now or.
Yeah, I just have a short one. I'll go quickly. All right. So we just wanted to go quickly over what's included in the ACFR, our financial results for fiscal year 2022. I know that was a while ago, but always good to quickly cover it. And then we'll open it up for questions, and we'll post the recommendation for you. So the ACFR includes the independent auditor's report, which is what Justin just talked about. If you're new to reading financial statements, the management discussion and analysis is a great place to start, because it kind of gives you a summary of what's in the financial report and some narrative analysis to help you kind of understand what it is you're seeing. It can be kind of intimidating. There's a lot of numbers in there. So that's a really great summary. Then we have the basic financial statements, which include the government-wide, the fund financial statements, and the notes to the financial statements. The required supplementary information gives some budget to actual analysis, as well as more detail about our OPEB, our other post-employment benefits estimates, and our net pension liability estimates. Then another good section to look at is the statistical section, and that gives some information over a 10-year period, or like our overlapping debt for the year, some information on demographics. So that's also kind of a cool section to look at for more information about Truckee. Our year-end results, government-wide, our top three sources, government-wide revenues, our top three sources of revenue are property tax, sales tax, and charges for services. That's government-wide, not just general fund. In the general fund, it's property tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax. And the report for that can be found on page 23 of our ACFR. Government-wide expenses, our top three categories are public works, general government, and public safety. Our ending net position for 2022 was $292 million. That was government-wide. And that is an increase from 2021, where we had an ending net position of $271 million. The change in net position for fiscal year 2022 was $21.2 million. And that did include a negative $700,000 in our business type activity. So that's parking, solid waste, building and safety, and transit. And that was primarily related to parking, providing the general fund with a large subsidy to purchase the easements on West River Street for the West River Street streetscaping project. The general fund owns the land, and the parking district contributed to it. And for our general fund, we had an ending fund balance of $50.3 million. Just a note that in the financial statements, the general fund balances in there include Measure K and ARPA. For budget purposes, we track those two separately, but for financial reporting, they are technically general fund funds, and so we do have combine those into the general fund for financial reporting. Of that balance, we have $22.1 million as cash available in the general fund. And these are our ending fund balances for our enterprise funds. And as you can see, they all have a positive net position. The transit fund does have a negative undesignated fund balance, and that's primarily related to the fact that a lot of their cash flows come after year end because they're grant funds, and so they have to bill at the end of the year. So we don't typically get the cash until after we close the books for that year. So we do record the revenue, but the cash just comes in after the fact, after the end of the year. As Justin talked about, we do have internal controls, and that's kind of the key to our financial success. Those are processes and procedures established to ensure collection of accurate financial data. They are established to reduce asset loss, prevent incomplete info, and ensure operations in accordance with laws, regulations, and ordinance. And that really does take a team effort. That's not something that finance can do on their own. That takes the cooperation of our public works department, our police department, our community development department. If they aren't participating in our processes as we've established them, that it can lead to an internal control deficiency and inaccurate financial data. And it really requires participation at every level of the organization. So we always like to thank our internal team when we get these amazing results, because it really does show that, it was a team effort and everyone participated. So it wasn't just finance. This is a town-wide effort. And the main thing about internal controls is the cost of having those internal controls can't outweigh the benefit, which was why we never have absolute insurance that every single number is correct to the penny, because the benefit of having accurate numbers to the penny would outweigh the cost would outweigh the benefit. So congratulations to everyone in town for this awesome opinion. And as Justin said, there are 4 types of opinions that auditors provide. And we did get an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that an auditor will provide for the reliability of our financial statements, and that they are materially correct. And that was all I had for you. So we'll open up for questions, and I'll leave this up for you guys for when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Nikki and Justin. Vice Mayor Pallavi, any questions? Councilmember Klovstad?
Nope.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Just to, Nikki, what explained the big jump in the unrestricted assets as part of the net position in that year? That looked to be where the big jump was, the unrestricted. Do you remember?
I thought we put something about that in the.
Well, you had a bar graph.
Do you want to ask your second question while we pull that up so
Sure.
we can start?
And then, do you expect the information for the audit this year to be provided more quickly?
Yeah, that is always our goal. We really thank Justin's team for their patience with us. We had a lot of turnover, and it turns out that there aren't a lot of people learning how to do government finance in their free time. So as we're bringing on new people, we are having to train them on that process, and it is a little bit convoluted and tricky. So, we were trying to get everyone ramped up on just our day-to-day, as well as trying to get through this process. So it just took us a little bit longer, and we really, really appreciate, Justin's teams working with us and their patience, and they are such a great resource for us because whenever we have, questions. And
So it does remain a challenge?
Well, I think, Cindy and I are really, we're already starting this year, and we are very hopeful that we're going to be able to get them out in December. That's our goal, within 6 months of the end of the fiscal year. We are currently recruiting for a second senior accountant, and we're really hoping that having 2 senior accountants who are normally have 1 senior accountant who kind of is responsible for that preparation, but having 2 will kind of create some depth and provide that support so we can get through the massive process. So I'm pretty hopeful that we will be able to get them out by December this year. Hopefully, knock on wood, we don't have something crazy happen.
Okay, so maybe the council doing something crazy could slow it down. But
Well-
right now, you don't have anything to bring to the council to ask for in order to accelerate. Just leave you alone, maybe.
I think the council's aware, but if the community's not, we were really short-staffed in finance for the last, 6 to 8 months or so. So working on budget, wrapping up year end, that's why those 80 audit journal entries were coming in kind of as we were reconciling. So barring any unforeseen staffing changes, and that happens, we're hoping to be fully staffed and moving forward at a better pace. And I think we're
In any case, going back to the unrestricted assets, that was not something we're expecting to see again. There was something unusual that year to account for that jump.
It's included in the management discussion and analysis.
Okay.
And our analysis, there was a large decrease in the net pension liability, and that was related to the really good returns, I think, that CalPERS had.
Okay.
So that accounted for more than a third of the increase in governmental activity net position. We also saw a large increase in our property taxes, so that also helped. And sales tax also did really well, so that was like our Measure V, Measure R. We are saving a lot of Measure R for, to spend on this Truckee River Legacy Trail project. So it's just kind of like saving up, and then we're gonna spend that down.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. No questions for me. So we will open it up to public comment. Would any member of the public like to make a comment on the audit? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Bring it back up here. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I'm ready to move unless anybody has anything else.
Go for it.
I'll move that we accept the ACFR and audit.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Just say great job,
Yeah,
Nikki
thank you.
and team.
Yep.
Yeah, great job.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
You're spoiling us,
Thank you so much, Justin.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki. Bye-bye.
All right, next one. Fee schedule update. And Nikki's got this one again.
So we're pleased to present the fee schedule and inflationary adjustment for calendar year 2024. The annual inflationary index that we use is the Consumer Price Index for San Francisco, Oakland from February 2022 to February 2023. And for that period, it was 5.3%. And that's just where we pull the information is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. There were some changes that we put into the fee schedule. The first change is a fee to recover staff time for property research related to the unpermitted ADUs. State law, I believe, has changed, saying that we can give them a stay of enforcement for 5 years if they certify that the property is not a health and safety violation. So this fee would provide, we would allow staff to recover their staff time and research time related to ensuring that we don't see any major health and safety issues within those ADUs. In the facilities section, we are adding an AV fee, which is equal to about 1 hour of IT technician time. And so that's if they want somebody to come in and help like set up their meeting and set up the PowerPoint and set up the projector. In each room, there are like basic instructions how to use it. But if you want that additional support, just because we are getting more and more requests for town hall room rental, and it is taking more and more time of our IT's team. And so just kind of recovering the costs associated with that. We think this is a reasonable estimate of the cost to provide those services. In housing, we are adding 2 fees to align the short-term rental workforce housing token program with the fees for the THAP by adding a refinance and resale and loan for existing unpermitted ADU or JDU fee. And so those fees are just in line with what we've already adopted for the THAP. In sustainability, we're adding a replacement cost for the greenware. A couple of our greenware items have gotten feet and run off this year. So if somebody returns it and it's missing like 4 or 5 plates, we would only charge them up to the cost of what they didn't return to us. We're hoping that this fee will help ensure that everyone brings everything back. Under community development, we are adding fees for electric vehicle charging station permitting. And that's for the review of the permitting of the planning process. And then we are also adding the 2 wireless communications facility permit fees, which were adopted by council in June, along with the new ordinance language. Under building, we are adding a new fee for properties within the historic district because they do take our staff more work than a typical property. And under animal services and parking, these aren't new fees. We have been charging them, but just adding them to the fee schedule for greater visibility. They were adopted by council via other methods. And if approved, these fees would go into effect on November 1st, 2023. And the reason we do have these fees go into effect in November is so that we can capture the building permits for the spring season. Typically, our builders submit for the next season as early as possible. And so we're trying to capture those projects that won't start construction until, the spring. And with that, we will open up for questions, and I'll leave the recommendation up.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Councilmember Klofstad.
No, I don't have any questions. I think these were all very appropriate and applicable.
Vice Mayor Pallavi. Councilmember Zabriskie.
No questions.
We will open this up. I don't have any questions either. Thank you. We'll open this up to public comment. Would anyone like to make a public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And I would say if someone wants to make a motion.
Make a motion, we adopt Resolution 2023-50, approving inflationary adjustment additions and corrections to the fee schedule.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Nikki. All right, and we are on to, I believe, our last discussion item, and this is municipal code update for animal impoundment periods. And do we have Allison here with us?
Allison Herzog. I am the animal shelter manager. You will be hearing from me tonight. Devery Acuff is sick, unfortunately. Okay, so we are proposing an update to Municipal Code 8.01090, the period of impoundment. Our goal is to clarify the code with consistent hold times which reflect industry best practices. So the current code describes hold times for stray cats and dogs coming into the shelter. It's a little bit clunky. It does not specify hold times for animals whose owners have been arrested or hospitalized. The proposed code simplifies the language to encompass all animals, be it a dog, cat, guinea pig, or mini horse, that come into the shelter, and simplifies whether they're wearing any type of identification or having identification like a microchip, not just a dog license. It will also clarify the hold times for animals whose owners have been arrested or hospitalized. Animal Services' goal is to reunite people and pets and to have the shortest length of stay for the pet in the shelter as possible. The Truckee Animal Shelter is open 365 days a year for intake and redemption of animals. Shelter staff makes continuous efforts to communicate with owners using any means possible to make contact. In situations where positive contact is made with an owner who needs more time to redeem their pet, hold times can be lengthened on a case-by-case basis. Additionally, the Truckee Animal Shelter has an extremely low euthanasia rate, one of the lowest in the country. We worked alongside the Humane Society for these proposed changes to the municipal code. So in summary, we are trying to simplify the code, have consistent hold times, and clarify the code in order to maintain best practices. The staff recommendation is to introduce Ordinance 2023-08 to update periods of impoundment for animals. I can take questions you have.
Thank you very much. We need more PowerPoints with animal pictures in them. It's a great way to end the evening. Councilmember Zabriskie, any questions?
Yeah, Allison, could you just elaborate on the tag, what constitutes a tag and what not? And what did you say about a license?
So the current code right now states that an impounded dog found wearing a current dog license tag is held for 5 days. And the proposed code would say any impounded animal wearing a tag or having a microchip adequately identifying the owner would be held for 5 days.
And a license would?
And a license would be a way to identify the owner as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Those are my only questions.
Any questions over here? All right. Thank you very much, Allison. We'll open it up to public comment. None? All right. Thanks for being here. We will close public comment then and bring it back up. If anyone would like to make a motion.
I would like to have Allison look at the rest of the code. Start with the development code.
I'll second that.
Okay.
No, I do want to just say thank you for doing this. I didn't realize how clunky that was, and appreciate your work with the Humane Society to make sure it's something that's sustainable.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
All good. I echo what she said.
Me too. So with that, would someone like to make a motion to introduce Ordinance 23-08?
I do. So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thanks, Allison. Sorry you had to stick around till 9:16. Same with you, Steph. All right. With that, we will go to council member reports. Who wants to start? Councilmember Klofstad, are you ready?
Certainly. Okay. Well, of course, it's been a long time. But many of us enjoyed the 4th of July parade. I saw many council members down there and other people. I also went to the Truckee Old Timers Picnic the following weekend. I got to ride the train in the regional park, and both of those were really fun. And just a shout out to the Truckee Donner Historical Society and Railroad Society. running that train takes a lot of volunteers. I was really amazed at how many, so motivated me to decide I need to get out there and volunteer at least once in a while. We only do it on special weekends during the summer, so it's not a big impact. So I'm just a shout out to anybody out there. They could really use your help. I attended my first Civic Well board meeting, which was via Zoom, and we're hoping to do an in-person meeting here coming up soon down in Sacramento. They're going to have an open house, and I would like to invite all my fellow council members to come attend if you're so interested. I'll share the information with Jen so she can share it out. The more I learn about this organization, the more I'm impressed and excited to be a board member. There's so many more facets to it than I even knew. So as I learn more, I'll share more. We had a CTA governing partners meeting and the quarterly meeting. So real briefly, the quarterly meeting, we had a presentation that it was presented by John Sorensen, but it was actually developed by Matt Tucker, and it was on building decarbonization. It was really good, simple explanation of what this is and what this isn't. And so we're hoping to support that presentation to be made more broadly to the community in a variety of formats and events, because it really demystified. No, it debunked many of the myths of what building decarbonization is. I found it very useful. There was a big, long update on the California various possible funding opportunities, and all of it is outdated now because things change so rapidly there. But I think Civic Well is doing a really good job. Roger, I can't remember his last name, does these updates. And if you guys don't receive them, they're very useful on funding opportunities, and particularly things that the governor is going to support or not support. And now the big talk of the town is whether or not there'll be a climate bond, and at what threshold the governor will support that. So that's something to watch for and think about. And then there was we had our breakout groups for the Climate Transformation Accelerator. And just as a quick reminder, we broke into 6 different groups. So it's a group of maybe 75 people. We broke up into these topics. So the buildings and built environment, transportation, waste management and procurement, energy and power generation, natural and working lands, and then behavior change. And each one of these groups has between 4 and 20 people in them. And we're producing these concept projects. We will be presenting those. It's kind of in that pitch camp style. So we'll be presenting those at the October meeting. Again, anybody's welcome to come and attend and watch those. I think they'll be very informative about what we think is accomplishable specifically in our region on decarbonization and climate mitigation. And then they'll be presented to the community. I'll send you guys send Jen the information. It's a Thursday or Friday in November. So it's a ways out. So really hope that there's some interest in coming and watching some of those. And I think that's it. Oh, and then of course the Mobility Hub groundbreaking, which was great.
Thank you very much for those updates. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I spent most of July doing lots of hospital meetings with various board members and other folks involved with the hospital. Went to the Mobility Hub groundbreaking and would like to make a pitch to add that pro-housing designation to our bike rack on the work plan. That's it from me.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zabriskie. Your mic.
I agree with Vice Mayor Pallavi on the last item, adding the pro-housing. And I had multiple meetings. Most of them included the Vice Mayor with various representatives of the hospital and others. I met with Jessica Penman to discuss the Chamber's plans for economic development. I met with Rick Stevens, who's on the airport board, to discuss the river revitalization. Attended several meetings, sub-meetings, and full meeting of the River Revitalization Steering Committee. Nevada County Transportation Committee met this month, and we approved $75,000 for LSC transportation to do an Eastern County short-term transit plan update. Also, the county is working on a regional transportation plan. At some point, the town government, we should, I think we ought to be working on publicizing both these plans in order to generate public input from residents of Truckee to help shape the county planning. Attended Truckee River Legacy Foundation meeting, which mostly talked about the West River and East River revitalization. Had kind of this ongoing series of discussions with different bike riders regarding bike safety. And and then we had a little code of conduct subcommittee with the mayor and Judy Price.
I also attended the ribbon cutting at Gallery 5830 in your absence, Mayor Romack, which was wonderful with the chamber.
Thank you for filling in. And Councilmember Zabriskie, did you mention the West River Revitalization Committee meeting?
You must be referring to the R2SC.
Yes.
Obliquely, I referenced it somehow. And that's off to a good start. Yeah, briefly, if the mayor doesn't say it, I'm going to preempt her here on. We're setting up two subcommittees, one to focus on the land use planning and hiring a consultant, developing the request for a consultant. The other subcommittee is going to be looking at how do we approach and who do we approach in terms of landowners and business owners along the river to engage them in their interest in revitalizing that stretch of the river.
Thank you. I'll piggyback on that. So Councilmember Zabriskie and I are the council representatives on the West River Street revitalization. So we had our first meeting. He touched on our subcommittees, but I will share, I just thought it was a fantastic meeting. Most people were there, and it's a 16-member committee, so really good energy. And we invited all the committee members to bring an object that reminded them of the Truckee River to start. So that was great to kind of just see everyone's connection with the river.
Okay, what'd you bring? Most people brought water or rocks.
Yeah, I brought Lego blocks because it's the connection throughout our community and connects in many ways. Councilmember Zabriskie brought water, so that was good too.
But it was fresh water out of the river.
So yeah, that's off to a great start. Excited for the subcommittees, and we'll continue to keep you all updated. Going back to right after the last council meeting, I, along with Hillary and Jen and Chief, met with Congressman Kiley. He was in town at the end of June. Really appreciated that. We had lunch with him, Nevada County Airport District. Had an opportunity, Chief shared a little bit of our thanks for his support for continuing to try to get some additional funding for our police radios. We shared a lot about our infrastructure improvements, West River Street, Reimagine Bridge Street, the mobility hub. And then we also talked about the post office, and again, just shared our struggles with that. So appreciated him and his staff for taking the time to meet with us. Let's see, what else? Was at the groundbreaking with you all yesterday. That was fantastic. The B-Cycle ribbon cutting, I think, was in the last month. Code of Conducts meetings. Anything? Oh, National Night Out. That was great. Thank you again, Chief and CHP and everybody who was out there. It was a fun event, and I did not throw the beanbag appropriately to dunk JD Haas, so I will try to redeem myself next year to get him in the dunk tank. So that's going to be my mission. But that was a fantastic night. Tons of kids and families were out. Also, shout out to Andy and his ethics training back earlier in July. Attended that. Feel very ethical now, even more so than before. And attended the Ian Casey Foundation fundraiser. That's a great local foundation that raises funds for a lot of organizations. And then Council Member Zabriskie and I last week were both at the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association meeting, and it was shared that the park and ride that has been running the past few years from the airport to North Star, the airport is not going to be allowing usage of their parking lot. So there are going to be more discussions on park and ride, but it's just something for us all to be aware of.
I'm glad you brought that up. We shouldn't. My thought is we shouldn't think of it as a done deal. Just something for the town staff to maybe help us explore on further discussions with the airport staff and board, as well as other alternatives.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. So with that, thank you all. We will adjourn and see you on August 22nd.
Don't forget to check out the stars tonight.